European Forum. This is the seventh forum and third morning of it. My name is Josephina Tuomala and I'm the moderator here in the small stage. Today we'll talk about the new Commission, food security and of course the security of Europe and its future. All program is streamed to viewers online and all Finnish presentations are interpreted into English by Interprefy application. So you'll see the QR code on screen and you can copy it to receive interpretation.
And I'm the host at the Little Stage today. All programs are live streamed and for online participants, and Finnish programs such as this one are simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprefy application on your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The token for this stage is also on the screen. Please mind your fellow audience members and use headphones. Pidemmittä puheitta. Annetaan lava aamun aloittavalle tilaisuudelle nimeltään Suomen europarlamentaarikot tentissä.
Ohjelman teille tarjoaa with the discussion with the new MEPs. This is offered by European Forum in Turku. You have the floor.
Niin, kiitoksia ja hyvää huomenta myös täältä lavan.
Thank you very much and good morning to you all. Welcome to join our first session. This is the seventh European Forum, third day, and we are having a panel discussion on European affairs with the new MEPs. My name is Markku Joukki-Sipilä. I'm professor of political history and director of the Center of Parliamentary Studies here in Turku. So we have a very good set of panelists this morning. We have former party leaders and present party leaders, people with ministerial experience, and also former parliamentary members and former MEPs. And then when we talk about the European Parliament, of course, the experience is maybe a bit less. All except one are newcomers in the European Parliament, and before starting our discussion, I don't think we need any specific presentations here, but maybe just a short round of introductions, and let's start from this side. Eero Heinäluoma from S&D Group in the European Parliament, Social Democrats, and he's having his second term in the European Parliament, and he's been the Speaker of the Finnish Parliament as well, Member of Parliament and Minister of Finance and many other important positions. And then Li Andersson from the left, and also former leader of the Left Party in Finland, and well, still is for a while, and then Minister for Education in Sanna Marin's government. And also one interesting fact about Li Andersson, she received the most votes ever in the European elections in Finland, more than 60,000 votes, so that was quite a number. Maria Ohisalo from the Greens, and also the Green Group in the European Parliament, the party leader between 2019 and 23, and she's been minister for 2 times in Sanna Marin's government, and now she's a new member of the European Parliament. Then we have Anna-Maja Henriksson from the Swedish party in Finland and Renew Group in the European Parliament. She's been party leader since 2016 up until this year, and former Minister of Education in 4 different governments, also as a Minister of Justice. More than 3,000 days as a minister, so it's the 17th position on the list of ministers, only 3 positions behind Urho Kekkonen, the former Finnish president, so very significant experience as minister she has. Then we have Mika Aaltola, the only person in this panel who hasn't been a member of the parliament. He's been leading the Foreign Affairs Institute since 2016, and he's renowned for political or research in politics, and also he was a candidate in our presidential elections. And for a newcomer, he's done very well because he's now a member of the parliament and he received more than 95 very many votes in the European elections in Finland. And then from the, last but not least, Sebastian Tynkkynen, ECR group in the parliament, true Finns and also member of the Finnish parliament since 2019 up until the European elections. And well, he's well known for being very active in social media and TikTok. He's called a TikTok pioneer in Finnish politics. And he's well known for his very cheap election campaigns because he's so clever in using social media. So there are our panelists, and now we are just in the beginning of the new European Parliament term, 5 years to go, and the next Finnish parliamentary elections in 2.5 years' time. So, interesting point of time. And we don't have to do any campaigning here now that we are in the beginning of the EP term. And of course, very often when we have political panel discussions like this, we often hear panelists doing their election campaign at the same time. This is not something that we'll have this morning. So we'd like to have an interesting discussion that serves our audience. The European Parliament is more important than ever. However, Finns are often not that aware of what the European Parliament does. So this is a good opportunity for you to tell what the European Parliament does, what are the political groups involved and so on. And what are your first impressions, our new MEPs, and how do you see your possibilities to impact in the European Parliament? So, very short answers. I recommend maybe 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. We have very little time, and of course, you've used to this in the Finnish Parliament that the speaker dictates the speaking times. So 1 answer per person after each question, and you can choose what is the question that you want to speak. Can I save my speaking time? Well, yes, of course, you can start collecting your political capital. Okay. Well, let's start by our first round of questions and answers. This is on a more personal note. And of course, you have long experience in politics and long life experience as well. So what motivated you to stand for election for the European Parliament, and also how do you see the Finnish politics and European politics and the relation between them? And then of course Eero Heinäluoma again will start as a senior member. Well, you received many votes this time as well, but your party situation was not that good, less than 15% for the Social Democratic Party for the European elections, and usually your party has had some 20% in all the elections. So what led to this result? Was it the left group for the first time ever doing better than you did, or what was the reason? Well, Social Democratic Party has often been very visionary in European politics. We all remember Paavo Lipponen's era and his governments, and he's well known to be the pioneer of Finnish European politics. But now, this time, Eero Heinäluoma, you didn't do that well in the European elections. So what did it make you think? So how do you see the reasons for your election result? You've always been number 1 party in Finland, but now you were not. Well, first of all, I'm very happy to be the king of votes again. So at least in the men's competition. So I'm very happy about that. Well, that was a very diplomatic answer indeed. Well, of course, there are 2 different groups, one for women, one for men, and I was first in the men's group. Well, this time I got a bit more votes than in the last European Parliament elections. Well, not as many as the polls suggested, and that was of course a disappointment, but elections are always a sum of many factors, and the European elections have traditionally been very personal, and persons and individuals play an important role. And this time the left group had very good candidates, and they took some votes from us, and well, I'm not that disappointed. Every election is an individual election, and of course it didn't feel good, but still I'm quite happy. I'm happy to accept it, and then in 5 years' time it's a different game. Well, of course this is very personal. This is very individuals matter, and people vote for persons, not parties, maybe in the European elections. Now we are happy that we have 15 EP members, only 6 of them coming from the government parties and 9 of them from the opposition. Well, this is something to pay attention to. So I have nothing to complain. Okay, well, this is an interesting approach, the power relations between the opposition and the government parties. And now, Li Andersson, you did very well in the European elections, and you were able to beat Paavo Lipponen's former record. And you're the rock star of Finnish politics, at least this is something that I've heard. So, maybe how do you see this election result? And then, of course, maybe you were appointed to the president or the chairperson in an important commission in the European Parliament, this social affairs and employment. So now there are big expectations towards you. How will you deliver? And then, of course, from your party point of view, also Jussi Saramo is now in Brussels, and also Merja Kyllönen is one of them. So what will you do in Brussels?
Now, I'm not at all worried for the left-wing alliance. I think we've had 2 really good elections, the presidential ones and the EU elections. Now we have about 10% in the polls, and we have more members than ever for 25 years. I think it's a very good thing that there are new faces and older people or people who have more experience are replaced by new people, and we have some candidates and in the parliamentary party. I think we have a good combination of new energy and experience. No, about pressures, I've told journalists that I do have and I don't have pressures. I've received lots of pieces of advice of joining this group or that group and do this and that. Now, I got those votes for being myself and being in politics the way I am. And I will continue to be in politics in my way. I also want to do my job as well as possible in the European Parliament. Jussi and Mirja and myself, the 3 of us in our group in the European Parliament, we have ministerial experience, which is a very good thing. And without this election result, I would not be chairing a committee. So a personal election result gives you a certain backing for requesting positions and gaining them. So indeed, thrown at the deep end right away. This is what happened. So, Marja Ohisalo, I remember 2019 spring and summer when you rose to the top of Finnish politics. First of all, you were elected to the Finnish Parliament, and then you became party leader. However, you're leaving Finnish politics behind if you're party leader and minister in Finnish politics, is it so hard that you now wanted to leave Finnish politics? The EU management course which we attended, would that help? Well, I would like to. Well, I was a party leader in the Greens party leadership for 10 years. It doesn't mean that if you're not a party leader, you are not active or you're not in party leadership. I was in the youth organization. I was in the parliamentary group. So for many years. Being a member of the European Parliament has been my dream for a long time. My first thoughts were saying, wow, Lee got lots of votes and we did see in the elections that things related to the environment and poverty are of great concern to the voters. And Heidi Hautala is somewhere here who's been a Finnish MEP for 20 years, and she has been an inspiration. She has been of great help, and she has been, it's been a great honor that she's guided me. It would have been a pleasure to see her continue, but maybe she wants to do something else for a change. Now, Anna-Maja Henriksson, you left party leadership after 8 years in June. And in the interviews after that, you didn't say, you said that sometimes it was tough and it was not always nice, and the racism, turmoil last summer, and the role of your party in that. Now the autumn of politics has started because we're yet again having a debate on over racism. But Anders Adlercreutz, instead of you, is now replying the questions of media in your stead. It is interesting to follow this. The thing is, I was in the Finnish Parliament for 17 years, so it's been a marathon for me. Last winter, I started feeling, partly because we had slightly lower numbers in the polls. I started thinking that I'll run in the European elections, and I gradually took that decision, and life goes on, and the Swedish People's Party is still in the government. We look at the economy of our country, it makes everything quite difficult. And racism is a very serious thing, and everyone should be concerned. Mika Aaltola, you're a slightly different member from the rest of this group. You were a researcher specializing in transatlantic relations and the US. Now, when on election night or the following day, you said that you have a mandate which would allow you to even run for commissioner. So this shows that you are very confident. Now, the famous Finnish underground bands which you mentioned, well, what brings you to EU politics?
Opettanut paljon muita siitä, että miten EU toimii ja teoriassa tietää
I've been a lecturer and I've taught others how the European Union works.
Tässä on hyviä neuvoja ollut varrella.
I have received very good advice on my way,
Siellä lähestyvät
and
avoimesti ja mielellään antavat kysyvälle neuvoa
colleagues have been really helpful.
pyrin mielin, mutta tietysti se näkemys, mikä sinne reitille
But
laittoi alun perin, niin ei se
But the views which started my political career
kirjoittanut, niin on hyvä myös pyrkiä elämässä vähän vaikuttamaan.
is that I have written many books and so on, but I would like to maybe influence
Mutta niin monet
some
vaalit on
things.
tullut analysoitua.
I have analyzed many elections,
Niin jotain kyllä politiikasta täytyy tietää.
so I know something about politics.
Tutkijana jää mielenkiinnolla
Obviously,
sitten nykyisen jo entisen kollegan otteita tuolla.
as a researcher and a fellow professor, I'm going to follow your career with great interest in the European Parliament.
Äänistä. Ja havitellun ja osin mielipidetiedustelujenkin lupaaman 3 paikan sijaan tulikin vaan
Now, Sebastian Tynkkynen,
huonoin vaalitulos.
the Finns party,
2008 täytyy mennä sinne aika pitkälle sinnekin, jolloin tulee vertailu.
got a result which was worse than ever before after the 2008 local elections.
Tämä vaalitulos, vaan
But it seems that you're not very depressed by this result.
someinnokkuutta väheksymättä, niin voi sanoa, että niin kun
And we can say, even though that you have a very impressive visibility on the social media,
puolueen ainoa meppi
you're the only MEP for a Finnish, the only Finnish party who's critical of the EU. Does it put pressure on you?
Olen todella innoissani tästä uudesta
Now,
työstä.
I am really enthusiastic about my new job and the possibilities for influencing.
Semmoisen tietynlaisen positiivisenkin paineen tuonne pyllyn alle.
And the pressure, if there is any, is positive.
Olla lainsäädäntötyössä mukana aktiivisesti,
I have to be active in legislative work
ja toki tykkään tästä
and communicate
on tullut
what's going on very actively.
aktiivisena. Toki me ollaan nyt vasta muutaman avustajan kanssa tätä pumppaa nyt pari kuukautta pyöritetty, mutta
My team, myself and a couple of assistants, we have only just started, but we are trying to
eli vaikka yksin perussuomasta sinne lähden, niin voi käydä niin, että
make
EU-vaikuttaminen voi olla
it work, even though I am the only MEP from my party. It's possible that the group is more active than in the past.
jos haluaa itse olla vaikuttamassa asiaan, että tähän suuntaan ei
If-
mentäisi, niin pitää olla hyvin aktiivinen EU-politiikan saralla. Ja EU-politiikkaa taas tykkään tehdä, mutta hyvin
I am very keen on EU politics and I want to be active.
Euroopan unionissa voi tehdä myöskin hyviä asioita.
So, and you can also do good things in the European Union.
kiitoksia tästä ensimmäisestä kierroksesta. Aivan nappisuorituksia tuo vastauksen mitasuhteen. Jatketaan samalla sävellajilla, niin ehditään hyvän määrän
First
asioita
round,
käydä.
very interesting answers, and let's continue on the same tone.
Tuo Euroopan parlamentin
Well, competitiveness
on, ja mikä on yksi
is high on the European Commission's agenda. So how can a single member country have an impact on this?
siitä, että
So what are your
Brysselin ja Strasbourgin
views on that? So how should you
omassa ryhmässään
act in Brussels or in Strasbourg to
poliittiselle ryhmälleen tärkeitä asioita.
get an active role in your group and have your own priorities high on the agenda?
Ja tehdä tämän oman asemanne, vaikutusvaltanne edistämiseksi.
So, Eero Heinäluoma, I'd like to ask you first, what have you done to be as active as possible and have as big an impact as possible in the EP?
Vanhempana valtionmiehenä
And also
viimeisen kommentin
other panelists can continue on this after Eero Heinäluoma, and you maybe know how to have an impact already. Well, Eero may help me then in the end if I start this round of answers here. Well, first of all, from my perspective, I started by looking for information and also asked people for help. I asked for advice, and I received a lot of tips and advice from other more experienced people. And I also wanted to get to know as many people as possible, MEPs, their assistants, and other important people, and all those people who may help me in the beginning of my term. So I created a round of sort of network, and through that I want to bring our initiatives forward and also be active in my own group in ECR and in the group of the Finns party. In the ECR group, I've been very active as well. I've got to know people who are responsible in different delegations, and Polish MEPs, Italians are very active in my group, and I've been very active in getting to know new people. And then as for committees, I've decided to work across political parties and try to look for like-minded MEPs, and in that way put our priorities through. And also, well, as I said, be active and cooperative in the committee work. Well, these are the things I want to share with you. I'm not going to tell you all my secrets, but it's very important to create networks and cooperate. What about you, Mika Aaltola? Well, the European Parliament is very different from many other parliaments in the world. It has an opposition. Well, the opposition is more difficult to define in the European Parliament because the work is done in different political parties, and we always look for consensus in the EP. And those who have the biggest group of people behind them, they receive top posts in the parliament and receive the most interesting reports to draft. So it is different from many other parliaments, and it's been criticized for that as well, that the opposition is not very strong in the European Parliament. It's difficult to be constructive in the European Parliament, and opposition is often criticized for being for opposing everything. Well, my own perspective here is that I have to have clear views in order to promote consensus as much as possible. Of course, foreign affairs are my priority, international trade, they are very interconnected, of course, and how to understand big complex entities and in that way bring your perspectives forward. And of course, very good connections to the European Commission are important, and also understand what's coming up from the Commission. And personal relations are very important, and have a comprehensive view on all the matters that are being discussed in the Parliament. So that helps. And also it helps in creating networks. Anna-Maja Henriksson, you know what to do in the Finnish politics. So what do you think of Brussels? Well, it's been very interesting and very pleasant to be in the European Parliament. And what I want to say is that we have a fantastic group of Finnish MEPs. I'm very proud of us, very proud of our representation in the European Parliament. In my group, Renew Europe, well, our party and also the Centre Party of Finland belong to that group, and we have 77 members at the moment, comparing to my Swedish party parliament group in Finland with 10 members. Now we are 77. Well, I've had a very strong start in my group, and I already knew some of the other MEPs from my previous work. Now, well, I must say that I know most of them already. if you want to achieve something, then of course you have to create networks, you have to cooperate, you have to know people. I'm very delighted that I was elected as the vice chair of my group. I'm one of the vice chairpersons in my group, and that is an honor. And Valérie Oyer, our chair, is a friend of mine, and she has direct connection to President Macron in France, and very good connections to German MEPs, Dutch MEPs, all the other MEPs, I must say. So this is a good basis to start from. And of course we have to work across parties, and this is something that we will do all the time, already next week when we are heading to Brussels. I'll be a member with Maria Guzenina in the Committee for Internal Market, and there too it is important to create partnerships, to create networks, not only within one's own group but also with other group members. So by discussing, by getting to know people, by having a cup of coffee together, having lunch, dinners together, that is the way to be active and have an influence in the European Parliament. Maria Ohisalo, so you've been member of the Finnish Parliament, and that was quite a different experience because you were appointed minister fairly soon. So what about you? Well, I'd like to add that after the 3 first weeks as minister in the Finnish Parliament, it was our turn to be the president of to have the presidency, EU presidency, and of course that brought a lot of new things to do, and that was also an opportunity to create networks and cooperate with international partners. And we were active in the Council of Ministers in the EU, and already at that time, as a minister, I was closely involved with European affairs and European colleagues, and it was already a good start. But of course, now I have to know and get to know even more new people. When I started being active in politics, I joined the youth group of the Greens Party, and I already at that time was very active internationally. I got to know European young Green leaders, and I actually know some of the Green MEPs already from that time when we were active in youth politics, and it is a very good start to know people. And our task is to create coalitions behind important questions. I want to combat right extremism in the European Parliament. I want to promote environmental protection, Green Deal and all that. And we've created a 4 political party group to oppose right-wing extremism, and that is already a good start, and that is something I want to be active in. And just transitions, just green transition, that is very important to me. And also be active in intergroup cooperation, like intra-parliamentary cooperation. So we need to create maybe new Finnish terms for this work, so that we combine people across political parties, just transition group, so to have a fair transition for everyone when we are going through green transition and other transitions. So that is important to us. Li Andersson, you are chairing one of the committees in the European Parliament. What does it bring to you? Anything new? Well, yes, of course. Of course, our own political groups are important, but also from the legislative point of view, it is important to work across political parties. In the committees, you have to be able to create majorities, and already before I was elected, I met important key persons in my group, the coordinators, and already launched discussions, because the cooperation between different political groups defines how active and influential you can be in legislative work. Contrary to Finland, the committees do not spend time in listening to experts as we do in Finland. The committee members acquire the expertise they need themselves and use that in the process. And therefore, it is very important to understand who are the key players for you, the key persons to get information from, and how to be as active and influential as possible in the committee work. And third, as a chair, it's very important to have a good secretariat in my committee. I have close cooperation with secretariat members. We draft the agendas for meetings, work plans and agendas and everything. So there I can have an influence on what my committee does and in what order. It is very important, as everybody has said, to create networks, to get to know people, to be active, open your mouth at the right time in the right place. I actually had a nice meeting with the secretariat of my committee. Well, we just had a general discussion over a cup of coffee, and somebody said to me, "You're very extrovert for being a Finn," so that was interesting. Oh, did you say that you're actually a Swedish-speaking Finn? Well, I did, but well, so I thought, well, maybe they've had some different experiences with us Finns.
No niin, rehtori Heinäluoma, ainakin omiin korviin kuulosti, että suorastaan
Now,
päteviä vastauksia ekaluokkalaiset tässä nyt antavat tähän, mutta mitä
Headmaster Heinäluoma, what do you think of the first year students' replies? What's your advice to the 5 other colleagues? What's the most important way of being present at the European Parliament? I would like to congratulate, first of all the colleagues. The European Parliament is a great, running for the EP is a great career choice. As was said, there is no opposition government set up unless you yourself decide to be in the opposition. I think there are 2 perspectives, 2 things which don't make you successful. It's not a place where the word no works well. If you concentrate what I don't accept, what must not be done, that would not take you very far. You have to take positive initiatives for what could be done for combating climate change, etc. Speaking in favor of something works a lot better than saying don't do this or that. And the second observation is that you should also take care of your colleagues. If your only focus is on me, that does not take you anywhere. And if you're from a small country, you don't get attention. So initiatives are an important part of your work. And long-termism is important. It's an important place, the European Parliament, for influencing matters, but the results are only seen long-term. For instance, the reform of the money laundering legislation, which is very important, which is important for European security and protecting Europe from Russian money. This was a 5-year process. I had to start immediately at the beginning of the legislature. So if you don't have any position in your group, you can't achieve a lot. And corporate responsibility legislation was a 2-legislature process. And this was Heidi Hautala's report. and the legislation on corporate management, gender issues was quotas was I think the process took 20 years. So you need to take care of being successful in the next elections too. Thank you for that. I would now like you to tell us about what your opinion of the composition of the European Parliament, the composition which was a target of lots of fears at some point. What does it look like? What do the power relations in the current composition of the EP look like? What are the axes of cooperation? What are the themes that around which it's possible to form greater coalitions? Li Andersson will start this round. Well, my political group, first of all, it was important for me that we have a representation of the Nordic countries, which is now even greater than during the previous parliament. For instance, we have decided to employ a person together from a Ukrainian NGO, and this week we started to the creation of a new left Europe-wide party. The existing structure we have not been members of. Now, the left was not a part of the von der Leyen coalition, but she, when she visited the group, she said that the left, in her eyes, is a Europe-minded, positive group, and we want to be in the coalitions in strengthening the social agenda and combating climate change. And more generally related to the EP, now in the press conference we have there is the extreme right and the extreme right. So there are all kinds of members and parties. During the first Strasbourg week, an MEP in the plenary was making a speech which made a colleague say that indeed all political colors seem brighter in the EP. It is important to have majorities in committees, people who are able to talk to each other in order to make progress. Now, Eero and after him, Sebastian. Now, the beginning of July was surprising. I think people have recognized that Europe as a whole is in a situation where we need to be able to cooperate. We have the environment, we have the Ukrainian situation. It is important that the four groups were able to find each other, and this is the coalition, which will be the basis and stability, which will make the Commission's work easier. And if the Commission will continue to work on the program that they gained the support for, this will improve both the well-being and the security of Europeans. I hope that this cooperation continues, that it's a little bit problematic because there are people who think that the most important thing is to vote against. Now, the extreme right, the exponential growth thereof, creating new groups will not bring any more influence. It will just mean that these groups will vote against. They just there's a lot of talk and voting against. And this is not a sustainable solution. I am positive. I think the beginning has been good. And when in October, when the appointments for the Commission will be voted, that's the next step where we see where the Commission is taking Europe to a direction which the European Parliament can have confidence in. The groups that are supporting Ursula, I heard that's a good coalition. Now, Sebastian, the true nature of the ECR group is something people have been wondering about. What does it look like, and what kind of possibilities do you see? Well, supporting bad solutions, if unrealistic climate objectives destroy our competitivity, that does not help at all. I think that the positive thing that was that there was a transition towards the right. It was not as big as we thought. I think this puts some pressure on taking decisions on climate, immigration, and so on. On the point of view of the next European elections, that they would be, the parties will not be as radical, so and they will be more moderate in order to prevent extreme groups from gaining power. I think the rhetoric which we saw in the past, now we have like seeing Renew in the middle, an EPP in the right, and as of on the right of the EPP and ECR, and then the extreme groups. I don't think that it's very feasible an idea that anything right of the EPP is extremely problematic. The ECR has got some more influence. We have some good positions in committees and so on, and vice presidencies. Mika, what do things look like from the perspective of the largest group in the parliament?
keskeinen sidosaines tällä hetkellä.
Now, the EPP group is responsible for a lot, and
Se on tärkeää Euroopassa tällä
it is
hetkellä, että on
important in Europe that we have such a group.
tasolla oli ongelmallinen, erityisesti siellä Saksa, Ranska, moottori, josta on paljon puhuttu.
The engine which consisted of France and Germany,
Kun asiat on vähän vaakalaudalla, niin sitä moottoria oikeastaan ei enää ole. Se yskii.
which used to exist, no longer exists in its previous form. Now that things have developed, and I hope that the EPP can respond to this.
Kokoamaan koalitiota, joka niin kuin vie asioita eteenpäin.
I hope we can have a coalition which will make true progress on important things.
Suljetussa lippuäänestyksessä herätti monessa vähän epäilystä, että oliko kaikki
And
jäsenet täysillä mukana.
The election
Ja se epäilys saattaa itää.
took place of the vote for president on closed ballot that raised some suspicions,
Hyvissä kuka on pahis. Ja ne ei
but
tietysti rakentavan politiikan elementtejä. Se epäluulo paranoi.
suspicion will not
Että asioissa päästään sutjakkaasti
is not the material
ottavat vastauksia.
constructive politics are made out of, obviously. So
Ilmastokysymyksiä,
climate,
energiakysymyksiä,
energy,
ja nyt on näiden
competition,
politiikan aika näyttää niin kuin parantavaa voimaa.
these are the themes we need to work around on.
Koalition sisältä uudistuva Eurooppa, Anna-Maija Henriksson. Minua kiinnostaa, jos
From inside the coalition, renew.
että mitkä ovat ne olennaisimmat tekijät,
What are the
Euroopan erottavat EPPstä?
essential things that
on erittäin keskeisessä roolissa
the characteristics that separate you from the EPP?
von der Leyen myös valittua nyt toiselle kaudelle.
We have now von der Leyen,
Yhteistyö
the coalition that has supported the election of Commission President von der Leyen for a second term. I'm very pleased about that. For my group, the most important thing is that we want to
Ukrainan tukeminen. Se on niin kuin meidän
support Ukraine and promote competitivity.
alkutaipaleella, että olen nähnyt, että siinä ryhmässä kaikki kyllä
I have seen that everyone
olen itse tuonut sen esille,
understands that
340
we in Finland, because we have this long border
pitää huomioida. Ja sekin
with in Europe where we have a border with Russia,
tämän jollakin tavalla huomioida nyt tulevassa politiikassa.
and the Commission also will take this into account in its future line.
Ne olivat meille tärkeitä asioita ja se, että pidetään huoli tästä arvopohjasta. Ja
matters for us to keep up the value base. That is a key issue for us. And as I said, we need to cooperate, of course, but for the EU, for Europe, it is important to have an experienced president for the Commission. If we hadn't
oikeastaan niin kuin se äärioikeisto, mutta myös
appointed her, if we had chosen something else as requested by the left or by the extreme right, then the situation could have become chaotic in the midst of crisis. Knowing the global situation we are in, it wouldn't have been good. So we continue on a strong basis, on a cooperative basis, and I was very happy to hear from Lee that the left base is being renewed because you've had some challenges. Maria Ohisalo, you said a while ago that your group is the most united in the EP. Why is that? Well, on the first day in Brussels, I felt very happy and very warm, very family-like within my group. We didn't have to compete within our group what our opinions are. Do we want to combat extreme right? Do we want to promote diversity and so on? And when we discussed the second term of von der Leyen, we discussed this at length, and we also met von der Leyen. We told her our requests and demands, and there are some very important green points in her agenda, and that is good because otherwise we wouldn't have supported her. So it is very important because on the basis of her program, the Commission's agenda will be built on, and how to support Ukraine, how to go on with the green transition, and how to work in a just and fair manner. And von der Leyen was very proactive and very cooperative, and I supported her. Not everybody did in my group. And we had some voices in our group who didn't believe that von der Leyen is serious with combating climate change, for example. And if von der Leyen starts approaching the ECR, then of course that is a good bad thing for us, and maybe we have less trust in her if that goes on. Well, so far so good. So I'm the group coordinator in my group, so I'm participating in the key discussions in my group, how to promote employees and workers in the union and so on, and how to promote housing policy and housing that is affordable to all. I'd like to add on that it is not a good idea to say either or. As Maria said, that also there were different voices in the Green group, and also within this S&D group there were lengthy discussions on whether to support von der Leyen or not. It's about the content of politics. It doesn't mean that a group supports somebody just because of that. We need the program, we need the agenda, and that is important also for the EP. Now that we remember that the Commission needs to have the EP's support, and also the groups can have an influence on the Commission program. Talking about our group's perspective, if EPP wants that we support their candidate for the Commission President, then of course we have to agree on the agenda. We have to have our priorities on the Commission's program as well. Well, now it's not that good from our perspective, but I do hope that in the next term the Commission has an ambitious program in terms of climate change, nature protection, environmental protection and social agenda. We shouldn't lower the limit of the level of ambition in the Commission in terms of social agenda. And von der Leyen's speech in July was not as ambitious as in her first term. So we saw a shift on emphasis. It's more about competitiveness, more about defense. So how to create pressure from the group's perspective to the Commission's program? Well, one short answer from Maria, and then we have to move on. Just very quickly to Li, it is important to remember that EPP is the biggest party in the EP, and if von der Leyen were not selected, then EPP would have set another candidate. And of course we have to believe in her continuing with the green agenda and rule of law principle. And Sebastian, you said that there are some unrealistic climate objectives in the EU. Well, don't forget that we have record high temperatures measured this summer, and it is clear that climate change is moving on. Well, I'm sure that we can discuss these matters later on. Well, they are not unrealistic. We have to act now. We cannot lose any time now. If the Finnish government loses 4 years now, that is unrealistic, not the Commission's program. Okay, well, for this incoming term for the next 5 years, what are the big issues there? Well, von der Leyen in her agenda mentioned 3 big entities: security, climate change, and increasing competitiveness. So all these 3 are also included in the Finnish government program and in Finland's EU papers. Well, on the basis of this round of discussion, so what are the key questions for you? What are the key priorities for you personally? What do you want to focus on? Because there are so many different matters and issues being discussed all the time in the European Parliament. So what are your key priorities for this term? And also, if you can add with a few words only, how would you characterize or how would you encourage citizens to be active and interested in European politics, and how to engage people more to follow political matters in Brussels? Many times Finnish MEPs have said that they disappear from our radar as soon as they go to Brussels. So what can we do to this? Well, now let's start with Anna-Maja. Well, security is key. It is important for all of us. We need peace and stability in Europe. That will be the key issue in this term. And this is something we must actively work for. Also, internal market. We need to increase our competitiveness in Europe. We have to do well in competition. Our companies have to be competitive. We have to attract investments, create jobs, provide employment to people, and in that way receive tax money, of course. Here, the EU plays an important role. We have to understand that what happens in the EU also has consequences on Finnish politics. In the Internal Market Committee, I'm sure that we'll have very interesting and important discussions and very important agenda items. What about state aids? How to deliver state aids? I find them unfair at the moment because big countries are giving substantial state aid to their companies and in that way are able to attract more investments. Then of course we have to compete with the US, with China all the time. They are key issues for Finland as well. On the basis of my previous experience as Minister of Justice, of course, rule of law, human rights, all these matters are very close to my heart. Mika Aaltola, what about you? Well, sorry. Okay, so let's move on. Well, it is important to have a very strong view. So Russia, we have to, well, Europe and the other countries must win the war. We need European cooperation to support Ukraine. When Winston Churchill looked at the ruins of Europe after the Second World War, he understood that we have to cooperate, stand united against Russia, and also his famous speech in Zurich. These are my ideas in my work, cooperation and working against Russia. And Russia is very close to us and we have a lot to do in terms of Russia. Otherwise we risk having another war. And of course trade policy is very important from this perspective as well. We have some low-hanging fruit in trade policy after Brexit, for example. For good reasons, we've closed some of our markets, especially from Russia, and also China. We have some market restrictions to China and Russia, and we have to be more open towards the UK and the US. They are interesting partners, and in that way we can strengthen our economic power. And these countries are important for free trade. So we stand united in support of Ukraine, strengthening European defense and defense industry, focusing on these industries. They are not wrong. It's a basic right of all Europeans to live in peace. It's an existential question. We have to have clear targets in this. And in this time, with these challenges that we have, it's quite clear where we have to focus on. I think everybody understands this. Then Sebastian, and 1.5 minutes so that everybody has a chance to say something before we have to finish.
Personally, and for the Finnish party, the main things in the next five years are the stopping the Russian attack on Ukraine, stopping the war. And secondly, defending the borders of Europe from uncontrolled migration. These are the two things. And you asked about how we make people at home interested in what we do in Brussels. The moderator said earlier, and he said, now you have decided to leave Finnish politics and go to the European Parliament instead. When actually the core of the European Parliament and EU politics is indeed Finnish politics, competitiveness, etc. So EU politics are domestic Finnish issues. And decisions taken at the European level are taken to our constituents. Sometimes it's said that it's the EP is for a graveyard for old elephants, but I disagree. Indeed, it is Finnish politics, and the Grand Committee of the Finnish Parliament monitors the legislative process. Eero Heinäluoma. Two things are important when work starts in September. Developing a defense union, a defense community which has many aspects, defense industries, a commissioner for defense, and internal markets. We have the principles for free movement, and which have been in movement, but now I see this as a thing to develop. And for me, the second thing is, and we should work in order for the EU to realize and what the issues are on the eastern borders of the Union. And all the eastern border countries should join forces. It is very strange that the EU does not recognize these issues that we have on the eastern borders. And this will not happen without Finnish members and Finns talking about it.
EUn 7 vuoden määrärahakehyksen päättämistä.
And I'm also involved in preparing the financial perspectives for the next 7 years.
EU-lainsäädännöstä ja EU-päätöksistä.
So about 60% of national legislation originates from EU legislation, so that's a lot. And the final line will be for the next round. I have 4 things. First of all, workers' rights, which have to do. So there are some competencies which the EU can use for instance, for protection of workers. And these competencies should be used in order to show people that these are not just these very difficult things somewhere high up there that we can't do anything about. And then for the EU to do something like this would change the everyday lives of people. Secondly, environmental issues. I'm not very hopeful and confident. I hope that the parties and politicians are committed to ambitious environmental and climate policies, but already towards the end of the previous legislature, we could see that the emphasis shifted away from these matters. We should not forget carbon sinks and other climate measures. And then Palestine and Gaza will be very important for us. We want some measures taken at the EU level. And fourthly, lastly but not least, Ukraine. During the next legislature or this legislature, we should concentrate on talking about Ukraine's EU membership. What does it mean? And I think it's the only fair outcome. It's not fair if to leave them in some kind of a middle of the road way. So we need to talk about what needs to happen for EU membership to become reality for Ukraine. Maria Ohisalo, climate change and biodiversity. If we don't build even more renewable energies, we continue to be dependent on Russia in the future, and we depend on Russia for instance, raw material for our fertilizers if we don't change farming practices in Europe. And also the most marginalized people including those people in societies is very important for our safety and security. I think it's great that we are all on supporting Ukraine very strongly. That we as Finns understand that, because if Ukraine is lost, the war is closer to our borders. We should put pressure on governments to do more. And defending the rule of law in Europe. Judges are threatened and appointed political and media freedoms are under threat. All this to make the rule of law collapse in Europe. This we need to combat. Thank you very much for this excellent discussion, for your views, which were great, very interesting, and we were able to see with the differences in your lines. I didn't take any questions from the audience. I want to be here next year as well, and I want to be on good terms with all of us. And I am convinced. I've become convinced that we have a very, very good representation from our Finnish parties to the European Parliament. MEPs are not a part of the national political system, and many people see you also as representatives of Finland. I think you got on just great, which is also great, and it shows how we Finns are very pragmatic. I would like to thank the audience and thank the participants and wish you every success in your important job.
Kiitos kaikille osallistujille. Kiitos panelisteille. Kiitos moderaattorille. Pienellä näyttämällä ohjelma jatkuu kello 10.30.
Moderator, we continue at 10:30. We have a Central Organization of Finnish Trade Unions, Finnish Confederation of Professionals and Confederation of Unions for Professional Managerial Staff and Confederation of Finnish Industries organize a panel discussion, and please use our hashtags if you want to participate in the discussion. The cafeteria is open. See you in a minute.
Lämpimästi tervetuloa mukaan Eurooppa-foorumin 3. päivään. Minä olen Josefina Tuomala ja toimin tänään lavajuontajana.
Forum. My name is Josefina Tuomala and I'm here on stage, and today we'll discuss food security, democracy and of course the future of Europe. All programs are streamed and Finnish presentations are interpreted into English. The chat is open as well. You'll see the QR code and you can use that to access chat.
I'm Josefina Tuomala and I'm your host today. Today on the stage we will be discussing topics such as food security, values of democracy and the secure future of Europe. All programs are live streamed for online participants, and Finnish programs such as this one are simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprefy application on your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The token for this stage is also on the screen. Please keep your fellow audience members in mind and use headphones. Nyt päästetään lavalle aloittamaan paneeli Uusi kausi Brysselissä. Taipuvatko Suomi ja EU uuteen asentoon?
Discussion on
Paneelin tarjoavat
a new term in Brussels. What about Finland and EU? And this is offered by the Confederations of Finland. Well, thank you very much. We have an interesting situation in Finland because all trade unions and federations, confederation of professionals and industries can sit around the same table. That is unique in Finland. And I wish that the same was true also in Brussels, that all the opposite parties could always sit at the same table. And this is one of the strengths in Finland, definitely, that we can talk to each other and we can find consensus, and through that we can have a greater impact in EU matters. Well, thank you very much and welcome Jyri Häkämies, Maria Löfgren, Jarkko Eloranta and Antti Palola. They represent Central Organization of Finnish Trade Unions, Confederation of Professionals, Confederation of Unions for Professional and Managerial Staff and Confederation of Finnish Industries. Yesterday we talked about the Europe and its about the future of Europe and its future enlargement as well, and deepening and widening of union. And this doesn't mean that there weren't any topical issues in the union. Of course, there are hot topics that have to be discussed and solutions found, and now we are going through a massive transformation in European politics. Von der Leyen, the first Commission, digital and green transitions were in focus during her first term. Of course, war and pandemic were also there, and von der Leyen's second Commission also has the same topics, but also industrial policy, security and competitiveness and defense. They are new priorities. Of course, social model, democracy, value-based Europe and partnerships, and even agriculture is especially noted. But maybe the three key points are competitiveness, security and defense. And the strategic agenda of von der Leyen was approved in June. Values were in focus. Values, security and competitiveness are the key priorities of von der Leyen. So now that we are launching the new term, let's ask our panelists, what are your priorities from your perspective during the next or the present Commission term? Now, member countries have very different views on these key issues. There's no consensus yet. Now let's see after this panel whether we find the consensus in Finland. Jyri Häkämies first. Oh, sorry, I called you by my brother's name. Well, Ukraine is key priority, of course, as we've heard several times this morning already. We cannot let Russia win. And of course, Ukraine is also something that has united Europe. We still have a lot to do. We need to provide assistance to Ukraine and Ukrainians, and well, it's been a bit difficult lately, but now maybe there's some light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe we'll find a solution for Ukraine. And of course, related to that, security and defense. They are key priorities in von der Leyen's agenda and Commission's agenda. Without security, there's nothing else. And also growth, competitiveness, they are key issues in Europe. We have to focus on those two, investing in green transition, new technologies, but also in terms of regulation, it has to be moderate and make sure that Europe remains competitive. We cannot regulate too much, and in the future Commission, all commissioners have a specific task. They always have to think whether regulation is really needed or does it risk growth and employment. So security, economic growth and competitiveness. And then Maria Löfgren. Well, during the first question, I don't see any big differences between Jyri Häkämies and myself. Of course, security is key, of course, for all of us, not only here in Finland, but elsewhere as well. And of course, we have to support Ukraine at all times, make sure that they can survive and do well. We also need support for Ukraine during the enlargement and also supporting the aspiring new members. EU has to enlarge towards the east and not the other way around. We cannot let Russia dominate in Eastern Europe. And this is important also around Ukraine. Competitiveness is key, of course, and thinking about the factors of competitiveness, we cannot forget expertise and skills and competencies, the importance of European research, and also productivity has to be high on the agenda. We have to be more productive in Europe, and for that we need good people and well-being of people, well-being of employees. So these are all big questions. And in the big picture, competitiveness is important, and green transition, as Jyri said, digital transition, they are ongoing processes. We are not ready yet, and we need the EU for these important matters as well. Jarkko Eloranta. Well, thank you, Chair. Of course, we are very like-minded here in this panel discussion. I think we see the future in similar way. Of course, security issues are very important at the moment, but I'd like to highlight what Markku said. Europe has to react. Europe reacts at the moment. We are not proactive enough. We have to set the agenda. So we should have a stronger role. We've been reacting to different matters recently, and of course we have to react when something happens, but we are being influenced from outside, and we react according to our needs. So being more proactive would be better, and also we need to have strong security in order to have resources for being proactive. And security matters are key. Of course, competitiveness is very important. We have to take care of that. And also how to define all these things. How do different players define competitiveness? And of course, we have to react to what happens in the US and China, and this boils down to state aid matters. And Maria said very well, competitiveness is not only about hard economic factors. We have to take care of our people. Taking care of people, unity of societies is very important, and it's also important from the security perspective. We cannot ignore people. Environmental matters have traditionally been high on the EU's agenda, and we have to maintain this. And some people call for deregulation and less regulation, but still we have to have a certain level of regulation. and quantitative targets for deregulation are not good. We should be more functional, more pragmatic, and also social agenda is important. EU's social pillar is still very important. We cannot forget that. And then Antti Palola, well, we are very like-minded here indeed. And 3 points, as it is fashionable today. Well, security and defense, very important matters for Europe. And here I'm a bit concerned about, now that we talk about the war in Ukraine, I've seen less unity recently in our action and measures. There's no such strong European unity anymore in Ukrainian matters. And then green transition, clean transition, they are important priorities. We have to step up our activities here. And then competitiveness, very important, attracting investments. They are important matters for the economy. And as for growth and investments, there we should highlight just transition and being fair. Talking about competitiveness and investments, fairness must be guaranteed and also have a human perspective into these matters. And one thing I'm not so like-minded here. As Jyri said, we need less regulation. Well, maybe, but here I agree with Jarkko rather. It is not as simple as that. If we want to have a just transition, we have to keep workers' rights and social agenda in mind. And less regulation is not something I would go for now. Okay, coming back to competitiveness and investments, and of course you can comment this later on. Well, in the previous Commission term, discussion about industrial Europe and state aid was already launched, and also in legislative terms some strategic key sectors were selected to be supported. Of course, there's a lot of pressure now as well for more competitiveness and maybe less regulation, and also people call for level playing field in competition, but also we should take into account that all countries do not have similar possibilities to support their industries. They do not have fiscal capacity for that, and what to do in those situations. Yesterday, one academic, Bruegel, said that if we have European tools, then companies compete with each other, but if we have state aid in place, then countries compete. Now, my question to you, how do you see the direction of Europe, the direction of competitiveness in Europe? What are the tools that we should use in order to increase competitiveness and attract investments in Europe? And how we can compete with the US and China? Those countries are not always so fair when it comes to competition. So what to do in the EU and also in Finland? How to increase our competitiveness, and how would you advise the Commission? Jyri.
Thank you. Now, what does a new industrial deal mean compared to the Green Deal? We think that it does not mean that climate leadership and decarbonization would be on the decline. We can't afford that. Instead, we will now need to implement the last term's deal. So we don't need to come up with new regulations. So we cannot be lax about green growth. That must be the competitive advantage of Europe.
Hieman huolestuttaa UVL:n puheessa se kilpailupolitiikan uudistus, jos se tarkoittaa sitä, että luodaan championeita, niitä ei niinkään.
The idea of European champions through competition legislation, does that mean that this is what Ursula von der Leyen said? This is not a very Finnish view of saying it, but the competition, the state aid competition, there's in the United States and in Europe, in Germany and France. Well, in a way, if we have semiconductors manufacturing in Germany, it's at least in Europe. We have proposed a fund where there would be joint monies and competition between countries, industries for the best. We have the own resources and membership payments. I think the competition fund, which is now on the table, I think is probably based on the old criteria where the south of Europe gets the majority and Finland will be left without anything. So we need to promote competition, and the best innovations should be put against each other. What does the FTUC think about this? Well, I think we're relatively in agreement. Now, state subsidies on that front, we cannot be a bystander. The United States and China have their own industrial policies. If we'd be too purist on this, it would not be in our interest. That's a reality. So there's a pressure from outside, not from the inside. As Yuri said, we need to have a more level playing field for European companies outside Europe, and inside Europe we should have a level playing field between European companies and countries. I think this approach that the Commission is suggesting is not good for small countries. European solutions, it has been very difficult. Finland, well, recognizing the facts is where your success starts, as a former president of Finland said. And then we have the softer things such as skills. This is where we have something to give. We want to reduce our dependence on outside of Europe, but China and the United States have got quite far ahead of us in this. Now, this is a very difficult question. If it were easy, it would be resolved already. Now, if we look at global competition and Europe's position in this setup, what the measures that have been taken because we want Europe to keep its foothold compared to China and America. But I think that there are plenty of opportunities for Europe. We are a continent with relatively prosperous countries and a good level of education. We have development and innovation are our strengths. Innovations and education are on a high level. Now, when it comes to the internal situation in Europe. I don't think that the internal market will work in the future, and that there would be a level playing field and rules. I don't think there's going to be such a great change. Now, the larger countries support their own industries quite generously, and we need to have some national instruments. And our government is, if I understood correctly, we have an investment support proposal from in the pipeline. And this would be something that would make things easier for us locally. Now, Finland needs to look after its own competitiveness and its own skills. And we are losing in comparison with the Nordic countries and Germany. The transition and technology and just transition, because unfortunately what's going on now is bad. It's bad for Europe's, Finland's competitiveness. Indeed, I want to echo what has been said before. In a way, it's good, because it's good that we agree. Finnish social partners, even before Finnish EU membership, have continued to think that we think the EU is very important, and is reflected in what we're saying here. But if we look at financing, whether it is a competition fund, we need to have a quality criteria for Finland. We can't just connect the fund to GDPs or a regional or whatever criteria. They will not serve us. Now, when it comes to state aids, there have been certain restrictions in the past, but in politics we should aim at avoiding even more boundaries being set because of these state aids. We talk of funding to European companies, of money. Well, hundreds of billions are invested in the US. Enrico Letta talked about the capitals markets, and we need to continue that thinking. Now, one perspective which was not raised yet has to do with trade agreements. Von der Leyen left it slightly unclear what the position is, but for instance, the EU-Australia trade agreement, well, we don't have one yet. I'll stop, but I want to say something about competitiveness and skills. European research programs and the funding and the quality criteria for funding of research, they've been very strict, and this is the way, and it's good. And it's good that von der Leyen said that there should be more funding in the EU budget for improving skills in Europe. Can I comment just briefly? I think what's important, and what Yuri said, is that whatever the fund is called, this investment fund, we should communicate very, very strongly to our MEPs that it should not be a tool for cohesion, because this is what the big countries want. Yes, we put lots of money in, and the output for us is very small. And while cohesion funding will actually be more conditional in the future, and there will be the aspect of competitiveness. Influencing European decisions, it's important what kind of messages are sent to Brussels. MEP Eero Heinäluoma in the previous discussion said that it's not doesn't get you anywhere to say no. You need to say yes, and you need to think of a way how. A comment. A couple of years ago, maybe 2 years ago, we had a training session for our staff on EU, and we thought, and we thought autonomy is poison, and then you told us it's coming, and it's in the work program of the future Commission, and we need to think of ways of which it makes it more positive. Do you remember this discussion? I do. Now back to trade and trade agreements. The social partners, when Stubb was minister, when they went to Washington to defend free trade and trade agreements, and this caused a lot of amazement at the American end. So we really need to work hard in order to accomplish these trade agreements. There are so many hopes and many things related, so the negotiations need to be completed. Now that the United States was raised, and it's quite. We'll know in November who the head of state in that country will be. Now the idea of considering what happens after the US elections, if Trump were elected, what would happen? I would have hoped for von der Leyen to raise this in some way in her speech. I remember from this trip to America with Stubb, I had read about things. Every congressman, when we mentioned our icebreakers, for instance, they said just dream on. And the cooperation protocol between the US, Canada, and Finland is a groundbreaking new initiative, and this is of course based on some technology deficit in the US. China is a main opponent, and slowing down China's development is most important for America. How will this be reflected? In the research world, in academia, Americans will not participate in any project if China is already a partner. So will companies also have to choose? So if you have invested in China, your situation is different compared to if you're only investing in Europe. There's been more consultation toward Europe during Biden's administration, and while Trump was president, they were just the sanctions were really sudden. Well, the sanctions have become clearer, and it's now in trade policy. The important question is what do we think restriction of imports? What about tariffs? And this is something we will need to have an opinion about. And trade unions will also be asked about this.
Toisten mielestä liikaa, toisten mielestä liian vähän.
Environmental legislation. So what is your view on this? How should we implement the present legislation? How to approach emission reduction targets 2040? This discussion will be launched in the European Parliament as well. Juri. Well, as for environmental legislation, of course we need it. And I'm a bit surprised, maybe positively, about the permissions and authorizations. That is a key issue here. In Kotka, for example, in Hamina, there are large investments or investment projects to battery plants. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't listen to NGOs and ordinary citizens, but the process is very lengthy in Finland indeed, and not only in Finland, because the commissioner responsible for environmental issues, Högstra, he didn't say that it's a Finnish issue. EU regulation has an impact in authorization and permits processes in Europe. And there are many green investments in the pipeline, and they cannot proceed because of bottlenecks in authorizations. And we shouldn't wait with them. This is really a bottleneck in the environmental legislation, and this is in our hands, and it doesn't need that much money. I'm not saying that regulation is not important in the environment, but we should speed up the processes in order to attract more investments into green projects. Maria, well, first of all, if legislation has already been approved, we should follow that. We cannot water down existing legislation, for example, the directive on corporate responsibility. We cannot accept that some players try to water down our legislation in the environment. So we have to stick to what has been agreed. Of course, we also need new legislation. Internal market for circular economy could be one option. And then, of course, manufacturing capacity in Europe. How to improve that in Europe? We should simply produce more heat pumps and e-cars in Europe. And also the social perspective. We should have the citizens on our side. They should be on the same boat, and we shouldn't forget that there's a lot of grassroots level work for the environment. We cannot just sit and wait, and we should be active in order to achieve the targets of 2050. Well, that's my view. A couple of points. Well, some slight differences compared to Jyrki. Jarkko, well, coherence is important here. It is important not only for companies but also for citizens. It should be predictable. Legislation should be predictable. Investments are long-term. Companies invest now for something that will materialize in 10, 20 years. As for authorizations, as Jyri said, the different permission processes, well, what are the resources in Finland? How can Finland's government take care of all that? We should have good administration in place in order to tackle this and make sure that the authorization processes are smooth. So I'm a bit concerned about the situation in Finland. As for the social perspective, as Maria brought up, companies should have view into the future, but also ordinary citizens. They have to know what's coming up. Environmental legislation should be predictable, and also social agenda must be taken into account. We've traditionally had very comprehensive employment system, education system, and social protection in Finland, and we have to remember that we are maybe weakening social protection, for example, in Finland, and it may have an impact on how well citizens accept new legislation also in terms of environment. If green transition and digital transition are something that people are not involved, then we are in trouble. Europe should be a pioneer here. So how to finance all this in a fair way? We do not want to get rid of social protection in Europe. I think here we are on the same page, but we should think how to steer action in different countries. We have the European semester, for example, where we monitor economic policy and how to provide inputs from the EU side to national politics and policies. Well, I'd like to continue on this, what Jarkko brought up. I'm a bit concerned. I've been following the discussion on green transition, and the social fairness is deteriorating. I'm talking about Finland now, Finnish politics. And this may lead to more contrast in society. People are either for or against, and of course this creates room for populist parties. And as Jarkko said, deteriorating unemployment protection, for example. So these are things that we should be very cautious with. And thinking about Europe, we should provide predictability and continuity. And this is also an opportunity. It's not only a threat or weakness. Green transition provides a good opportunity for industry renewal. We should renew our industrial production in Europe. One example from outside of Europe. I went to Norway this week and I heard how green transition is progressing in Norwegian oil industry, and that is a massive project. So Norway is reforming its oil industry and making sure that it's the most environmentally friendly oil production in the world. And they have machinery and equipment in place, and they produce energy with electric power. So that is an interesting situation. So they largely use e-fuels already. And this is a good example of how to take green transition seriously. Well, of course, Norwegians do it their own way. They use hydrocarbons anyway. Well, anyway, this is a good example. Well, at least they have enough of money for all this. Well, now we've discussed investments, competitiveness, state aid, environment. What about security? Here, defense industry is of course important, and ramping up defense industry and taking care of security, making sure that Europe has competence in all this. So what is your view here? How to improve our security situation in Europe, how to increase preparedness, and how to strengthen Europe's defense industrial base? This is also closely related to the economy, of course, and to our relations to China and the US. President Niinistö is drafting a report on security and preparedness in Europe. So what is your view on this? You have experience on this, and you also have close contacts to society. Well, let's start with Antti. Well, of course, labor market partners are not traditionally the best experts in defense and security, but as I said in the beginning of this discussion, I'm a bit concerned of the atmosphere in Finland and in Europe, how we discuss things. And it is also quite difficult to understand what is the Europe's defense dimension and its security dimension. The EU and its security policy has changed a lot when the UK left, being a traditional military power. In this new situation, we should be able to strengthen defense industry in Europe, whether it's ammunition industry, weapons industry. I believe Finns have good opportunities here. We have top technology in defense equipment, and this should be used. About resilience and how to increase that, and thinking about President Niinistö's future report. And what is our contribution to this? I believe we have a unique preparedness system. We have the National Center for Security of Supply, and this is something that we put together already after the Second World War. We wanted to be prepared for potential future wars, and this is something we should export to other countries, the preparedness. And also we have the compulsory military service in place in Finland. That is also one dimension of preparedness, and people are very willing to defend their country when needed in this country. And this could be an export product. I don't know many other countries where preparedness is at such a high level as it is in Finland. Well, I recently heard from a mayor in Finland that many foreign visitors want to visit military places and locations in Finland. Well, that is true. And moving on from here, well, being a NATO member now is of course important in Finland, and we shouldn't build an additional European system alongside NATO. But of course Europe has to be more responsible for its own defense, and this is something that's been recently called for in the US as well. And of course we need some funding in defense and security, and it seems that people are willing to invest in defense and security as well, using common money for defense and security. Thinking about defense industry and weapons industry, of course, if we have fighter airplanes and different types in Europe in use, of course we should coordinate defense equipment and make sure that they work well together and they are coherent. And of course this can lead to commercial investments, thinking about dual-use goods, for example, and the US has been showing example in these matters. Then, as to Niinistö's report and resilience, of course, security of supply is important, but also coherence of societies, that people agree that there's something to defend in our countries, and how to have mental resilience in Europe, and how committed we are to our countries. And of course these are matters that should be discussed as well. It's not only about hard security, protecting our borders and providing equipment and tools. We should also take care of people's well-being and resilience, so that we are ready if something bad happens. Moving on from this, about defense matters, Jarkko highlighted a very important perspective, how to achieve economic profits, being competitive in defense industry. And resilience in Finland, and from the point of view of companies and citizens, we are some sort of a pioneer here in Finland, and this is something to be proud of. And I believe we could develop export items in defense and security. And one thing that we haven't touched upon, of course, we've talked about mental resilience, and that is very important because people are creating our security environment. And of course, we have to strengthen people's resilience, but also things that are related to our security of supply, high quality Finnish food, for example. Food security is one of the key issues. If something happens, if borders are to be closed and we are stuck here, then security of supply becomes very important. Just very quickly, we only have 1 minute. Antti brought up an important issue, so Finnish preparedness. So it is important here that citizens and authorities work together, and that is a strength in this country. Now that countries are raising their defense budgets and a lot of procurement takes place not only in the US but also in Europe, and defense industries are being strengthened all over the world. And we are very dependent on non-European raw materials in defense industry, especially Chinese raw materials and components. That is something that we should think of. Finland and Sweden have a lot of minerals, and this is something that we could use for defense industry purposes. European raw materials are important here. So time is running out. What is your wish from the EU? Growth and rule of law, defending rule of law, more jobs, fair jobs and justice. So that is the wish list. So growth, fairness and all those important matters. Thank you for your observations. Thank you for this discussion and how to set the European agenda and how to influence the European agenda. Very interesting perspective. I thank you all.
Kiitos kaikille osallistujille. Pienellä näyttämällä ohjelma jatkuu kello 11.30 MTK:n paneelilla. Riittääkö ruoka? Paljon puhetta.
It's our next program. Do we have enough food? A lot of talk, but how does the EU work? So please remember to use hashtags if you participate in discussion. The cafeteria is open, the canteen as well. See you in a minute.
Lämpimästi tervetuloa mukaan Eurooppa-foorumin 3. päivään. Minä olen Josefina Tuomala.
You're most welcome to the third day of the Europe Forum. We'll talk about food security and values of democracy and defense. And all the program in Finnish will be interpreted into English. And there's a QR code which takes you to the app.
My name is Josefina Tuomala, and I'm your stage host today. All programs are live streamed online, and Finnish programs such as this one are simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprofy application onto your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The token for this stage is also on the screen. Please keep your fellow audience members in mind and use headphones. Seuraavaksi lavalla nähdään paneeli Riittääkö ruoka? Paljon puhetta, mutta miten toimii EU?
The Enough Food panel.
Olkaa hyvät.
MTK, the Agricultural Producers Organization, is hosting this session. You're very welcome. Will there be enough food? There's a lot of talk, but how does the EU work? Now that we are in Turku, I would like to quote a song about how there's a woman behind everything. Well, I'd like to say food security is behind everything. If there's no food, this will erode the basic pillars of society. And all interaction and function of society will be extremely difficult. Food security is a state where people have physical, social, all people have physical, social and economical opportunities for obtaining food that's nutritious and according to their food habits and provides them with sufficient nutrition. MEP Pekka Toveri, Chair MTK Juha Marttila, dairy farmer Sinikka Lahtinen from Sastamala, and Taneli Lahti. My name is Alec Nehum, and I'm going to be the moderator of this discussion. Pekka Toveri. Already Napoleon said that the armies march on their stomach. Is that the reason why you wanted to be a member of the Agri Committee in the European Commission? Napoleon also said that armies need gold and gold. So we're talking about money. From the Finnish perspective, if we consider the wars we experienced in the last century, food was in a key role. And by political decisions, we were able to guarantee that people did not die of hunger. And there were food shortages. So security of supply at the Finnish level and the European level, we must safeguard it. Security of supply consists of food, obviously. We don't last very long without. It's important for Finnish society as a whole, but also for our defense. It's important to have enough food, and we'll go more in depth into that. But we must keep our country inhabited. If we have large areas of country or the country which are empty, no one will defend them. And we need to have that network. If we need to move troops, we need the same infrastructure as for keeping country inhabited. So these things are interconnected. Taneli Lahti, your Commissioner Jutta Urpilaisen's head of cabinet, and you is specialized in food security, particularly after the Russian attack on Ukraine. Food security has been increasingly important, and for a year and a half, food security was very high on our agenda. We have our partners in Africa, Asia, in Latin America. Food security has been a part of our development cooperation, but now after the war started, it's become increasingly important, and also because Russia weaponized food security. For instance, by preventing Ukraine's food exports and prevented imports of fertilizers, and blame Europe for these. And we needed to react to that, and I think we did fairly well in reacting to it. Sinikka Lakkonen, you have a dairy farm in Sastamala. What are your thoughts from your angle about food security? How do we maintain food security? Well, it's something I think about every day, and I talk to my fellow farmers on how we can keep up doing what we're doing. Our work's very hard. We don't have enough support, and EU red tape is reflected on our everyday life. This massive bureaucracy. It also brings us a part of our income from as subsidies, but food security is so important for this society, and we also worry how will farming continue? What's the future of farming?
Tämmöisen Economist Impactin ylläpitämän Global Food Security Indexin mukaan
according to Global Food Index, Finland is number 1. Sweden was number 7 on this list. Everywhere in Europe, the situation is not so good. For instance, Romania is on the 45th place. Juha Marttila, what is the EU situation? Where are we with food security? Will there be enough healthy food for everyone, or is food security in the EU? We have to be very proud in Finland for this food security index, which is high. Security of supply is in our genes. And as we heard, there are worrying signs. There were lots of farmers protesting in the winter, lots of farmers have the feeling that they are doing a very important thing. They produce food for people, but now that they're close to burnout, they have issues with their ability to continue. And our food security cannot take it if lots of farms are shut down in Europe.
Tulevaisuudessa myös, että tuotantomalli säilyy perheviljelmäpohjaisena,
We should have
hajautettuna
a decentralized family farming model everywhere in Europe.
mutta entäpä sitten, kun se tulee se paha päivä?
If everything goes well, concentration and big farms might look like a good way to organize things, but what if everything does not go so well?
Pitää katsoa myös omaa napaa.
We should also have an enlightened self-interest. On the 24th of February 22, Russia attacked the Ukraine, and this war's been going on for 2.5 years. And food security was on the table. What have you learned about food security after the war started? It was something tangible that you would like to bring up. A concrete thing that happened was that the EU enabled alternative export ways for Ukraine to export their produce, in spite of Russia trying to prevent that. So the physical infrastructure is there. We work in Africa a lot. In Africa, there's a lot of very efficient and extensive food production, but they don't find their ways to where people are hungry. And our objective is to help create an internal market for farmed goods. Another thing which I'm not directly involved in is, but which was raised by previous speakers. I think that in the Commission and in Brussels, we have heard the concerns of European farmers, how many forms that need to be filled in, how much time is spent on reporting, and this is something we need to tackle in the next years. Mr. Toveri, MEP, one tangible thing that you learned about food security. We need to have a systemic view in the target country. So Russia tried to prevent food exports and food production. Modern farming requires energy. If you don't have electricity, if you don't have fuel, for running machinery on the farms, you're in trouble. We also depend on fertilizers. So in security of supply, it's important that we don't depend on external producers. We need to have our own supply. And we need to have logistics for transporting the grain, the fuel. The trade agreement with Mercosur countries, we have heard in the media that it's possible that this negotiation will be completed. So this would make it easier for Mercosur countries' producers to access the European markets. So there would be Brazilian meat in the shops. And what do you think? Well, my first thought is that some of the Central American food production is meat production is such that it would not be accepted in Finland, and we would lose our subsidies. The meat would be against our rules if this meat would not be good for production. There are good farms and good ways of production, but the main concern that I have and my fellow producers have, how can we import meat from places which do not follow the requirements that we have to follow? In your party, there has been a lot of support for free trade. What do you think about the Mercosur agreement? How strongly do you support free trade for in agriculture? Well, industrial products are the main focus of this agreement, but we talked about when we talk about large things. Now, what about the own sources of income for the union? We talk about that, and we have, and the source of income would be customs duties, and if we had customs duties, even for products which have been produced following environmental rules. Well,
production towards more environmentally friendly. Well, free trade in a liberal sense is a big threat to agricultural producers. We need qualitative regulation here. The European Union has agreed many good bilateral free trade agreements, and that's been very traditional that bilateral trade agreements are being made. But Mercosur project is something that I'm very critical with, so there's no such basis that we could agree on. So on this experience, I wouldn't believe that France, for example, would ever have a government to accept Mercosur free trade agreement. There are very strong interest conflicts here, so I wouldn't bet for Mercosur agreement. I don't see it being materialized very soon, but of course there are ways to circumvent different agreements. For example, logging rainforests for agriculture. And of course we have the forestry regulation, deforestation regulation in the EU, and well, it went a bit wrong. It doesn't affect Brazilian farmers, but it does affect European farmers. European farmers are in trouble now due to deforestation legislation. So this proves that things can also go wrong. The European Parliament should now be very strict with these matters and defend European perspective. Well, Mercosur agreement is geopolitically very important. The negotiations have been going on for 20 years, and now we are quite close to an agreement. Sometimes we've been very near and sometimes very far away, but now we are fairly close. And of course, agricultural matters are have always been the most difficult elements of that agreement, and I do understand farmers' view here. But also I should highlight the other side of the coin. So with this Mercosur agreement, we could also raise the production standards in our partner countries. In agriculture, of course, it requires monitoring and follow-up and reporting and all that, something that we already have in Europe. Brazil is a big country and they don't have this tradition yet, so we have to be cautious here. But it is important that we achieve this agreement. It is very important for our geopolitical credibility. If we don't have that, well, what do we have? So the stakes are very high here and we should go for it. Well, on the other hand, I have another question. So De Schutter said in political newspaper in July that CAP, Common Agricultural Policy, is giving subsidies for export products, and they have made Africa and the Middle East dependent on Europe, and European exports have prevented agricultural development in those countries. So what's your view on this? Well, there's some truth in this perspective. European agricultural products are the best quality of the world. Well, I think we all agree on this. They are very popular everywhere in the world. There's a lot of demand for these. But also our production machinery is very efficient and produces a lot of export opportunities. And then, of course, we try to export our products. And, of course, they may prevent other countries from developing their own production systems. And these issues are relevant also in South America, in those countries. So we have to take a look at both sides. So there are always pluses and minuses in such big agreement. Talking about CAP and subsidies, Sinikka Lakkinen, could you describe the situation from a single producer's view? We've heard that there's a lot of red tape and all that, but what does it mean in concrete terms to producer? Well, agricultural policy is very much about bureaucracy. We have dozens of forms to fill and requirements to meet, and most of them are done on paper. And, well, of course, it does have an effect on farmers. And if you send an application for aid and then an audit mission is organized at your farm, it takes hours and days, and people from outside come to your home, come to your barn and all your facilities to control and monitor your activities. Of course, it is important to monitor, but I'm questioning whether this is really relevant. All the papers to be filled in this during these audits that you have to do before the auditors come, and, well, the amounts are incredible. For example, a form called preparedness plan. I used to have one A4 paper to fill in. Now it's 60 pages long, the preparedness plan of a single farm. So all this paperwork is incredible. It takes hours and hours, and this is a lot of work for us. So, Pekka Toveri, what do you think of this? Should we deregulate here? Well, talking about norms, and we should get rid of unnecessary norms. Well, these are all man-made norms, and if they are man-made, then of course we can change them. In July, I participated in an EPP meeting in Portugal. We discussed our program, and very strong views were presented, especially on agriculture and its problems. We have too few young farmers. We should secure generational change in agriculture and guarantee a fair level of income. Now, agriculture is not a very attractive sector. Farmers are not well paid, everything costs a lot, and there's a lot of red tape. We should reduce the red tape here because it has become too massive. And farmers are desperate. And at least my party, the EPP, wants to improve the farmers' situation. Well, I'd like to comment this as well, how Europeans export to other countries. Well, at least Finland is not here to blame. Of course, we have to remember the past. In Africa, for example, European countries had colonial countries who provided raw materials to them. But now, for a very long time, Europe follows world market prices. We haven't paid hefty export subsidies to our producers, and Europe has been really a pioneer here. So we've allowed imports from third countries. We have this everything but arms principle, so we do welcome agricultural products from other countries. So I don't think we are doing anything wrong here. Talking about China's activities in Africa, for example, that is bad. And China takes resources from Africa to feed its own people. I think Europe in this context is one of the best pupils in class. And also, Juha, there was an article in Major Food Journal. 82% of subsidies go to animal production, although only 65% of protein and some 30% of calories used in the EU comes from meat production or farm production. So do we produce the right things in agriculture in Europe? Well, I cannot check the facts here, but these figures seem quite unreal. Of course, there are many different subsidies in Europe, and how was it analyzed here? And if you put all these subsidies together, then maybe you get this result as you just mentioned. So these figures don't sound real. Well, mainly we have to remember that subsidies are not tied to production amounts. Europe is strictly following the guidelines of WTO, and in Finland we have different subsidy structure because we have a lot of animal production in Finland. That is a section of agriculture where Finland has competitiveness compared to other countries, animal farming, not grain farming. And I wouldn't swallow this, it doesn't sound real. And as for food security, well, food security is of course very important for the next Commission's term. We need funding, adequate funding for securing food security, and also we need cooperation here. Very often in the European Parliament, for example, MEPs criticize common agricultural policy, although CAP can solve many problems, but of course not all problems. And then we should balance the situation, how to maintain production, how to at the same time take care of the environment, tackle climate change, and all those elements. So there are many different elements here that play a role. Now, food security is very high on the agenda, and it's been one of the main priorities already in the Rome agenda. We have to guarantee food security, especially in crisis situations, and how to make sure that we have food if crisis hit. Well, I was just moving on to climate policy. Looking at von der Leyen's Commission and her guidelines, there are several mentions on food security and climate change. Well, it's not so high on the agenda anymore, and there are many other important topics. So what about food security in Europe? Should we tackle climate change first in order to be able to take care of food security? Well, I don't see any less ambition in climate action. Climate change is something that we are all combating, that is clear. It's just about the degree of emphasis here, and we have already a lot of legislation in place for tackling climate change, and I believe that with these actions we can reduce the emission reduction targets. Well, as far as I've understood, the climate panel says that we cannot achieve the 30% target with present measures. Well, I cannot judge this, and I've just had some information on how we've been progressing. Well, it is true that there are other important topics as well, but I'm sure that when we try to increase the competitiveness of agricultural production, we also take the environmental aspect into account. Climate change, of course, is very important for global food security. There are many areas that are not fit for farming anymore due to climate change, and of course this results in instability and conflicts and riots even. The consequences can be very severe, and we've seen, for example, in Sahel area in Africa that circumstances are becoming really drastic. Well, Europe is not alone in climate action, and we cannot solve climate issues on our own. And free trade agreements play an important role here, how to tackle climate change together with other countries. Sinikka, is there something that EU could do now so that Finnish farmers would do more, even with less emissions?
Well, there's a lot we could do. Targeting the policies to act the practical level and not talking. We have done a lot to prevent climate change. But what we need to do in the future requires funding. We cannot do anything more for free. We should have real compensation, not just a nominal amount. And all of the things that have already been done should be taken into account. Farms have done lots of things which don't really show anywhere. And taking note of what's been done in the EU is most important. Pekka Toveri, to what degree can EU level decisions steer what farmers do on the practical level? Well, I'm not very experienced in agricultural policy, but I'm learning. But my view is that the EU can indeed steer what happens at the grassroots level. Quite often we hear a lot about deregulation, but fewer rules, but better rules is what we often say in the EPP. Quite often we have a regulation which kind of sounds good, but then in reality it turns out not to work. So we should be very careful. We should be aware of what to regulate. In the army, everyone knows that pea soup is on the menu on Thursdays. I remember reading in the newspaper that pea soup would save Finland, and they have lots of good nutrients. What do you think? Should CAP be steering farming towards farming, for instance, pulses? Well, I believe in freedom of choice. I think it would be better to try and influence consumer habits in that, for instance, there would be more demand for pulses. Increasing protein production in EU farming is something that has already been expressed in Finland and in Europe. Now, agriculture and climate is something that has been discussed a lot between producers and the Commission. Now, when we look at supply chains and their responsibility levels, and we see that the farms do a lot, but at the EU level, we quite often at the top level we hear that nothing is done. Well, that's not good. We have a problem at our hands. Measures should be taken to recognize what's done at the grassroots level. Now, reporting and control, and what can the controls which then manifest themselves in Sinica's everyday life. I think it would be good to go through these rules and why instead of one page you need to fill in 60 pages. It's possible that we do with less, maybe 5 pages would be enough. But this is a joint effort. The Commission bureaucrats don't do things because they want to do things. Member states ask for rules and so it's not only the growing Brussels who should be blamed for this red tape. So we should start from what's necessary and what would be the easiest load for the farmer. So I hope we can do this work and so that your everyday life would be a bit easier. Now, producers' income levels have already been mentioned. We've seen extensive protests in many EU countries. Food security is directly connected to farmers' income. What could the EU do, and some structural solution that would be in the benefit of the farmers? I'm sure Juha Marttila has plenty of ideas, but let's ask Pekka Toveri first. Well, these things are relatively new for me, still, I think I'd rather say nothing and listen to what experts have to say and what the farmers have to say.
Viljelijältä. Onko ehkä
Well, what does a farmer say?
mitään mieleen, miten voisi
What could we do other than deregulate?
On vaikea sanoa tämä asia ääneen, mutta kyllähän se kaupan
It's difficult to say this aloud, but retailers and wholesalers have a huge power when they buy our products. It would be great if we could just sell our product directly, but this is not going to happen, not during my lifetime anyway. It would be nice to have some kind of a regulation to somehow limit the retail sector's power. And if I feel that we are the ones who suffer, and the margins, profit margins, are very high for the shops. I think Ursula von der Leyen's plans are quite good, and the paper is good. And in food security, and we should have healthier food markets throughout Europe. And this means a healthier position for the retail sector, but also for the food industry giants. It's very big business, and the first thing they think about is not food security in Finland or Europe. Food businesses make up a huge global sector. And the work will start when the new commission starts. There will be a strategic dialogue around these matters first. So there is hope in the air. Taneli Lahti. When there are lots of sellers and few buyers, leads to an imbalance which then gives the producer a low price. In Finland, we have a small market, but this is also a Europe-wide problem, and we have tried to tackle it and see what could be done, and how to come to a situation where the market structures would be a bit healthier. In Brussels, especially in Parliament, when we say that the market structures are a bit difficult, sometimes regulated prices are suggested. It is, for me, usually somebody from France suggests this, but others, as you will see. But it is about the structure of the market and at the level, various levels of the value chain could be tackled so that the seller would have a stronger position. Thank you very much for this discussion. Our time is coming to an end, and I would like to thank everyone for a good dialogue, some new ideas for the upcoming years. Thank you very much.
Kiitos kaikille osallistujille. Pienellä näyttämällä ohjelma jatkuu.
Thank you to all the participants. And we continue at 12:30 with the panel related to defense. If you use social media, use hashtag Europe Forum.
hetken kuluttua.
See you in a minute.
Lämpimästi tervetuloa Eurooppa-foorumin 3. päivään. Minä olen Josefina Tuomala ja toimin täällä pienellä lavalla tänään lavajuontajana.
Josefina Tuomala, I'm here on the little stage and now we are discussing the value base of European democracies. And all this will be streamed and Finnish presentations interpreted into English. You'll have our QR code on screen for participating in the discussion.
All programs are live streamed online and Finnish programs such as this one are simultaneously interpreted into English. If you have not yet, please download the Interprefy application on your mobile phone using the QR code on the screen. The token for this stage is also on the screen. Please keep your fellow audience members in mind and use headphones. Seuraavaksi lavalla aloittaa keskustelu aiheesta, miltä näyttää Euroopan puolustuksen ja kokonaisturvallisuuden
discussion on the European defense and the future of comprehensive security. This is organized by Finland's representation to the European Commission. You have the floor. Well, thank you very much. Security matters are high on the agenda after Russia attacked Ukraine in February 22. Now Ursula von der Leyen has been elected for her second term and she has underlined in her guidelines that we are entering a new era of European security and defense. So how does it look like? And for this question, we are looking for answers in this discussion. We have different perspectives here into European defense and security. Jonas Cederlöf, Special Advisor, DG DEFIS, Defense Industry and Space. So Jonas is involved in drafting legislation for this field, has been there for several years. And then Janne Känkänen, the CEO of Finnish National Emergency Supply Agency. So you're an expert in these matters in Finland and you're also member of a comprehensive security committee. And then Marjut Falkstedt, Chief Executive of the European Investment Fund, organizing funding for example, European SMEs, how to boost defense industry with EU funding. My name is Petri Raivio, and with these words, we'll start this panel discussion for the next 45 minutes. Dear audience, welcome also online, all the viewers there, and if you have better questions than myself, please submit them. You just open the link on the web stream, slide-on system submits your questions to my screen here. And well, if you are able to draft better questions than myself, I'm happy to read them here. Well, let's get into business. And well, security matters are very high on the agenda in von der Leyen's guidelines or policy guidelines, and she's talking about security and defense for pages in her report, how to prepare ourselves for possible crises and how well prepared are we. So what is this transformation that is going on? What's coming up? Who would like to start? Marjut. Well, I'm starting from the funding perspective. Us funders have not been that involved in security matters in recent years, and this has really opened my eyes now. Now, in our fund, we've started thinking how to contribute to this question from our side. We need new startups, developing new technologies in the fields of defense and security, helping in these matters. And well, this discussion has led to more openness on the financial market. We are talking about these matters and trying to find solutions. So this is a new topic for you, is it? And now you're thinking how to direct funding for this. Well, Janne Känkänen, you're an expert in security of supply. What's your view? Well, we are going through a fundamental mental change here, that is clear. And we have to closely follow the situation in the world. Are we entering a permanent state of instability in the world? A lot of uncertainty. The surprise factor is always there, and a lot of uncertainty in the economy and in security on a global scale. And as you said, von der Leyen guidelines are a clear indication of this, and also, well, everything else. It's very topical, and it's all reflected in the media and everywhere. So this is a big issue at the European level, and we should find new solutions. Also, security is in focus, and of course it will change the direction of the EU. What is the basic orientation of the EU? Are we moving from an economic union to a different union? One of the future cornerstones will be security, perhaps. And security is a comprehensive concept as such, of course, closely related to the economy. We need competitive players, we need critical raw materials, we have to guarantee their availability. We have a lot of interdependencies in Europe. They have to be followed, and this all boils down to hard security as well, how to defend ourselves. So there are many components of security: soft security, hard security, and everything in between. So that is the Finnish perspective into this, a very comprehensive view. You mentioned defense. Well, the same question to Jonas Cederlöf. Now, people have usually regarded the EU as a peace project. Are we now going to a different project, preparedness project? Well, we do what the member countries want us to do, of course. It is quite ambitious, the von der Leyen's new program, and, well, a cynical view could be that we are not realistic anymore, but we see this as realistic. The level of ambition is very realistic because we do not start from scratches. We already have a lot of expertise, and as we heard, security has several dimensions. And as we heard, there are many different elements and dimensions, and now security is somehow put into every other policy, mainstreaming all policy fields. So it is very realistic that security is taken into account in many other fields as well. And of course there are many connections here, and member states have called for action, and of course we act accordingly. And many member states are of the opinion that defense industries must be strengthened. And we've already been active in this field for years, and now we will continue on this road. Internal market or defense industries are a particular element on the internal market. So defense industry cannot be separated from defense policy, of course. Been talking about concepts and so on. Now something more concrete. European ammunition production has been on the agenda, that Europe's ammunition production should be considerably increased. But now it seems that we are lagging behind, that we can only achieve 1/3 of our objectives. How do you see this? Well, I'm sure we'll achieve this target and even exceed our targets.
yksittäinen tuotantopiikki on.
Well, there are many other aspects as well. This is only one example of defense production. And of course, as well, I have the CEO of the National Emergency Supply Agency here with me. It is more important to create a permanent and sustainable platform for defense industries, that we can keep up a high level of production in those industries. We do not have to use all capacity at all times, but I'm sure that we'll achieve these targets by the end of the year. Well, which year? Well, we will achieve these targets. Well, you're not speaking frankly here, are you? Well, I'm not. I don't want to jump the gun here, and I don't want to exceed our competencies here. So, well, it looks good. That's all I can say, and we'll see the result towards the end of the year. And of course, it all depends on calculation methods as well. So this was maybe not so concrete, but if we take, in addition to 155, also 152 and 153s, well, now we are talking about very much detail. Well, if you are talking about concrete matters here, you have to be careful with definitions as well. So 1.7 is a very realistic target here. Okay, let's not go further into details here. Well, National Emergency Supply Agency also has its role in security of supply. Jonne, how do you see this? Is it important for you that Europe is strengthening its defense industries? Ramping up of defense industry has not been that easy, has it? Well, Finland, talking about ammunition production, Finland has been a very important player here in European terms. We have a lot of expertise here, and the background here is that we have had our unique line in national defense. Now we are not alone anymore. Other countries are following us in terms of comprehensive security, and I believe that we'll achieve these targets. And of course, NATO membership is very important element here. And what is important here is that the European defense industry has a long-term view and long-term potential as well, that the operating environment is favorable. Of course, in short term, we have to set clear targets in order to help Ukraine in its battle. But also for Finland's defense, it is important that other European countries follow us, that production will be increased also in other countries. Well, of course, most of them are NATO members, and for organizing common defense, if something like that is ever needed, we need resources for that. We cannot rely on the US alone. We need to build our own capacities and capabilities, and of course all this also strengthens our capability to defend ourselves if the need arises. Well, defense industry is, as any industry, of course, money is needed, and strengthening any industry requires money. Marjut, you're leading the European Investment Fund. What is your contribution here? How to guarantee the ramp up of European defense industry from your fund's point of view? Well, very good question. I'd like to continue on that. So the European Commission can create very good guidelines, but then the member countries are there to implement them. And decisions have to be long-term, that we have procurement infrastructure in place so that also defense industry can draft long-term plans. In our fund, we have a new president, Nadi Kallino, president of the European Investment Group, and the new president has outlined that defense and security are our strategic priorities. And this is something that we've done already for the past 20 years. We are investing long term, and we help tech companies in Europe. We invest in risk funds, and they further invest in small startups in this field. For example, we've invested in robotics, space technology, quantum computing, and what else? Artificial intelligence. All those drone technologies, everything that is high on the agenda, and especially all these dual-use goods. We can invest already in all these technologies, and we've done so. And here the European Commission has been of great help. We started European Defence Equity Facility, 170 million euros, a new program. And this is a risk capital funding in European funds. And here it is important that we are creating data, and we also cooperate with NATO's Innovation Fund, and here we try to disseminate information to investors where they should invest their money so that European technologies can develop long term. And all this cooperation has started this year. Well, let's have a larger perspective here. Well, the ammunition producers have said that there's not enough money, the member states don't know what they want, and well, I don't know, maybe you have funds available, but what about financing in general? Is it a bottleneck, the lack of funding here? The European defense industry is very well established in Europe, and it's not only about funding. They need long-term procurement agreements and contracts. They are big companies that can usually have funding from the market. And usually they can have funding, but long-term thinking is key here. Well, so what do you think? What is funding a bottleneck here?
Suuri kokonaisuus ja kyse on tietenkin kokonaisturvallisuudesta ja eri rahoitusvuot voivat.
Of course, it's a matter of the total security situation, and if we think, for instance, support for dual-use goods.
Pieniä haasteita on kuitenkin.
There are some challenges on the European investment field, I would say. Traditional defense industries have been able to have very long-term orders and thereby reduce their risk-taking. And because also that they have produced for a limited number of clients. In the current EU, we don't have risk capital available for defense industries to the degree that would be necessary, but this is changing. This is not particularly. It's not. Our situation is not problem-free, but we're not the greatest sufferers. So you mean that the orders and commitments are problematic? So do these countries want to commit to the same orders from the same companies year in, year out? Well, in the past, we thought that there is no such demand for these products, but now there is. This is industrial policy, and this is defense, and this is security of supply. What kind of military threats are there? What other threats do we need to prepare for? We in Finland, we have always been very aware of being prepared to military threats. And we have been taking care of the security of supply of defense materials. And now, of course, in the new situation, we need to increase the numbers. But now, as to the ammunition you mentioned in your previous question, even during the years of the so-called deep peace, and we knew nothing of the crisis ongoing at the moment, we have had capacity for producing the ammunition, and we've had a certain security of supply arrangement with these companies, and we have been able to upgrade now that we are in a tangible need situation. So we have more or less looked after our defense capacity and political decision making, and practical solutions have been based on a certain view, which is very alien to some other European countries. So hard security has been outsourced to the police and to the military. But we need to change this mindset, and we have to recalibrate a bit. And this idea is clearly visible in von der Leyen's paper. We need to calibrate and target towards security from also this angle. So you meet people from other European countries. Now, when you're in Portugal or Ireland, don't these things seem as pressing as they would for us here on the eastern border? Well, this is the case, actually, because the countries with in the proximity of the Russian border have a different kind of debate. Some countries don't understand that this situation is very, very pressing for Europe as a whole. This debate is very interesting because some countries say we don't want to talk about this in public. We don't want to be scaremongering and frighten people. But the idea that we have to be prepared has not completely sunk in. In your job, is it difficult to promote these ideas, or are there countries who really don't think these are important issues? Does this prevent funding? It would, I would say. There are some countries which are very active, like now that we want to attract some venture capital in the framework of this new program, and which requires more strategic thinking. Where these funds come from Poland, the Baltic countries, maybe Germany. So where are the countries that pull the brake from your angle? No, now, I think this is a joint venture, and Finland included. We're all working for the same, for a joint purpose. Finland is a top country in preparedness. Well, Finland and Sweden as well, even though they didn't rank so well but these guidelines were created out of nowhere. I would actually like to draw attention to two other things, which is the first movers, the countries who were prepared, and what will they have to just rest on their laurels and admire their own great level of preparedness, and the others will pass them by. And secondly, investment. The cost of preparedness is difficult to put in terms of profitability. But now that the operating environment for businesses to be and success of businesses is something that will give us a competitive edge, some countries need to be told to pay for security, which is not profitable as such, but a safe investment and operating environment is what that investment will buy. Well, what are your observations? Of course, preparedness comes with a price tag. If you prepare well, it will cost a bit more. This is something we have to understand. This is an insurance, and we have to look at it as such. And when we take an insurance, we pay according to the risks we envisage. The security environment is grim and it's become worse in the recent years, but the silver lining is that many more countries are interested, and the EU is interested in improving strengthening the level of preparedness and defense, especially border countries. And we have some really deep cooperation with Sweden and the security of supply structures. Some structures were demolished in practice after the Cold War in Sweden, and they are trying to upgrade their systems, and the eastern border is the thing which touches them. But the surprising and positive thing is that we are talking to Spain about cooperating in analyzing and perhaps exchanging situational data on Asia dependency or China risk and so on. So this is a little idea, because also Spain while they don't look at the risks that Russia poses for us, they also see the insecurities in, for instance, semiconductors and pharmaceuticals provision. So, irrespective of what the root cause of the threat is, we can have a practical cooperation. So there are things in common.
Mennään vähän nyt tähän, mitä sieltä tosiaan suunnitelmista nyt tiedetään. Ursula von der Leyen on sanonut,
Ursula von der Leyen has said that the future Commission will concentrate on creating a European Defence Union. What could this union be? What should it do? The answer is easy. We are a policy taker. We follow very closely what kind of lines there are, and we turn according to the policies. So, all right, so you have no view on the visions. But these will land on your desk as well. Most certainly they will. Do you know what the defense union means? Well, we all know that it's no coincidence that von der Leyen has asked President Niinistö to prepare the white paper or the proposal for the preparedness strategy. And the aim is a seamless cooperation with NATO. So we need to strengthen our strengths. And when we have a dialogue with NATO, it is very unilateral in a positive way. We tell them what we have going on that supports them. We are an institution that has a budget and decides on the distribution of the budget. But the defense union does not mean that we would in any way reduplicate what NATO is doing, because 23 countries are members. So we want to create added value. We want to have a view on preparedness, a strategy, and we have plenty of elements which can continue in a very natural fashion. During the permanent period of peace, they had some inhibitions, but we open the gates and we remove the obstacles. Examples from research, how would the Horizon program in the future tackle defense? So how can we can undo these obstacles? And also we have new instruments that deal with defense.
Question in the European elections. Many people are interested in this, and some people called for a commissioner responsible for defense affairs. What do you think of this? Well, we are talking about functions that are within the present treaties, because nobody wants to open the treaties right now. So I'd see a very internal market-based approach here, so industry-based approach. So competitiveness, internal market, industry, talking about defense industry and defense fields which are very close to defense industry. All these autonomous functions, control, space industry, so all these should be supported now, and they should act more with a wider dimension, including defense as well. So this is now very topical, and unfortunately, because Ukraine is paying with its blood for all these measures and actions. But of course, this Commission term is critical also for preparing the next MFF, and it's not ideal to start changing the existing MFF instruments and budget lines, and therefore it's more relevant to look at the future MFF and take defense industries into account there. European Defence Fund, this is something relevant to funding. What about you, Marjut? So how should it be, or what could it be? Well, I'd be there immediately asking for more money for risk capital funds investing in technology companies. The demand that is directed to us, well, we cannot meet that demand because we do not have enough funds. We are in operation because of the European Commission, the European Investment Bank, and also member states. So we do not have own funds that much, and of course the Commission is key player here. So what do is that we launch new programs with which we try to boost European technologies, and their technology plays a central role. We need even more startups. In Finland, for example, we need to make them grow. And the problem in Europe now is that many startup companies, they may be able to grow with a couple of millions of euros, but when we are talking about big investment rounds where we need a lot of money, we do not have that firepower in Europe. We try to do this with the help of France, Germany, Spain and Netherlands, but Finland is not involved, unfortunately, because all these countries have been very active and we try to generate funding together. Well, we are out of money, but we hope to receive more money from various sources because we want to facilitate the activities of European technology companies, and for that we would need a lot of new funding. But whether the European Defence Fund is the right answer for this, maybe not. Maybe these funds should be directed somewhere else. Well, one more thing about von der Leyen's paper, investments in European crisis preparedness. Janne, what's your view on this? How should we strengthen crisis preparedness in Europe? Well, I have high expectations here because I think now it's a good opportunity to develop Europe towards defense union or increase our preparedness. And of course, civilian preparedness is very important to me, but of course, military preparedness is as important as well. We should have more structure, more ambition in Europe, also to support civic preparedness. We should have a mechanism and coordination and funding for all this to respond to challenges in, for example, protecting critical infrastructure, very topical at the moment. Hybrid attacks are very regular nowadays towards critical infrastructure. So being prepared for threats and of course material preparedness. Finland is doing quite well here, well, reasonably well. Of course we could do even better if we had more money. And here, European solutions could be welcome. For example, as for critical medicines. This would also increase Finland's preparedness. So can we rely on other countries that we don't have to take care of everything ourselves, that all these warehouses could be somewhere else, in Sweden, for example, Estonia? Well, we are planning bilaterally with Sweden already this. We are thinking of creating common warehouses or storage spaces in our respective countries and take concrete steps here. Of course, at the EU level, we have to understand what are projects that belong to the EU level, what should be done there together. For example, Europe's dependence on China's medical products. And we cannot do this on our own. The EU is the right level for taking care of these dependencies. It has enough power. Of course, it is the sum of its member states, but the risk is there and it affects all of us, and we share the same threat image, and therefore we should act together. Of course, there are other concepts related to this: strategic autonomy, industrial policy. What is industrial policy? What is preparedness? Where do we draw the line? And industrial capacity, investments, and so on. Maybe in long term it also contributes to preparedness. Of course, we store medicines always, but it is short-term thinking. We need more systemic level solutions, and here the EU is the right actor. Well, self-sufficiency or security of supply is a very many-sided concept, isn't it? It's not only about storing grain, for example. Well, von der Leyen promises that defense and security will have special attention now. So what's different now? Are there any differences compared to von der Leyen's first term? Well, this is easy to see if you look at the military side. Military capabilities, i.e. weapons, are in focus, weapon systems, and so on. And from that perspective, well, this is no surprise to anybody. I believe that the Commission will clearly present what is lacking in Europe in military perspective. 3-4 years ago, it was very abstract to most actors because we didn't think about it. We just had a sort of insurance. But now that everything has become so concrete in Ukraine, it is something that we should do something about. And a lot of investments are being made in different member states in military capacity. So figures, what do you mean by figures? Well, money. How much money is put in strengthening military capacity? So, a new era, is it, Marjut? What's different? Well, a new era to us means European Investment Bank's new program, Strategic European Security Program. 8 billion euros were ready to fund different projects, either dual-use goods or infrastructure-related projects that somehow contribute to this. And only 2 billion euros have been spent, so we still have 6 billion to go. For example, in the public sector, projects that are reasonable and relevant to strengthen preparedness. So it is a concrete example of the new era we are in. So money is there, we just need projects. And then from your perspective, Jonas, what do you think? Janne, sorry. Well, from my perspective, I see European Union more as a security union. It doesn't mean military union, but it means focus on matters that are important in this era. And of course important to Finland, and of course the economic questions are there behind, and all these should be aligned. Well, if you're looking for concrete answers, then, for example, we should increase cooperation between business and public sector in Europe, and in that way increase our preparedness. And this is something that has been very traditional in Finland, that businesses cooperate with the public sector because companies are in the core of security. So increasing public-private cooperation in a structured manner so that we could develop clear mechanisms also at the EU level. Of course, funding is needed. Where we are a country bordering to Russia, of course, we have clear needs for security. Thinking about logistics, for example, alternative logistics routes. So maybe investing in roads and tracks in Finland. And in Finland, we should aim for more EU funding for all these investments. Now we have a case in point. We had the regional funds and the cohesion funds, and they were used for their set purposes to increase coherence, for example. But now we have a common objective, increasing our security, and that justifies more investment in Finland. And I hopefully see this direction very soon in the future. Well, we still have one more minute. So one more question to each one of you. In 2029, the present Commission will end its term. So what do you wish now? We still have 5 years to go. One thing.
Alueellisten ryhmittymien tiiviimpi.
That member states would create stronger regional groups. EU27 can, of course, conduct common action, but we also need regional players, a more regional cooperation in terms of funding and action and materials. Janne? Well, it's very important to give only one thing, but if I pick up one thing that is important to me, I wish we had an EU-level system where businesses cooperate with public sector in preparedness. So it sounds technical, but this would be a game changer, changing the mindset. So working together and getting rid of looking at security only from the military point of view. Marjut, one thing from you as well. Well, we are talking about funding, we are talking about capital markets, of course. Member states and the Commission should work hard to develop the capital markets union in the EU. Well, thank you very much. It was an interesting discussion. Let's see where we are in 5 years' time. Thank you very much.
Lämmin kiitos kaikille osallistujille. Pienellä näyttämällä ohjelma jatkuu kello 13.30.
Thank all our participants. We'll continue here at 1:30, and there will be a discussion about threats and opportunities to democracy in the new global landscape, assessing our values standing towards 2030s. And here, if you want to participate in our social media discussion, please do not forget to use our hashtags. Cafeteria is open downstairs, and also the restaurant serves lunch. See you in a minute.
Tervetuloa Eurooppa-foorumin 3. päivään. Minä olen Josefina Tuomala ja toimin tänään täällä pienellä näyttämöllä juontajana. Tuttuun tapaan kaikki ohjelmat livestriimataan ja suomenkielinen ohjelmasisältö tulkataan englanniksi. Seuraavan ohjelman kieli on englanti, joten jatkan juonnon loppuun englanniksi. Welcome everyone to the third day of Euroforum in Turku. My name is Josefina Tuomala and I'm your stage host today. As usual, this program is live streamed online. If you want to participate in the chat discussion, you may read the QR code on the screen, which takes you straight into the right place. Next up, we will hear a discussion titled Threats and Opportunities to Democracies in the New Global Landscape, Assessing Our Values Standing Towards 2030s. This discussion is brought to you by the European Parliament Information Office in Finland and European Commission representation in Finland. Welcome everyone.
Good afternoon to everyone and welcome to this panel discussion. Let me start by saying that it is extremely nice to be in Turku. I would claim that Euroforum is the key event in Finland, annual event, where we focus on all sorts of issues that are relevant for the European Union. Now, looking back some 10 years ago, I think quite a few of us would have had a fairly positive view about the world. But sadly, since then, things have not really gone as we hoped them to go. And the environment in which we navigate at the moment is certainly more uncertain and also very challenging. And that is why we will be digging into a very important question today, which is how the liberal values will and can stand out in a global landscape where the battle of values is already very fierce. And I think it's a timely issue for us to assess today as we are on the verge of both the EU and the US setting up new administrations. But before we move on, I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists, Mr. Douglas Hickey, the US Ambassador to Finland, Li Andersson, member of the Left Group in the European Parliament, party leader and former minister of the Left Alliance. We have Mika Aaltola, also a member of the European Parliament in the group of the European People's Party and former director of the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. And lastly, but not least, my colleague Taneli Lahti from the Commission. He is the head of the cabinet for Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen. My name is Maria Blessar and I will be moderating this debate. I would also like to welcome the audience, both here in Turku and also online. If time allows, I will try to see if we can also take final questions from the chat. So, when looking at the environment which we live in now, it is quite clear that Russia's full-scale invasion to Ukraine was some kind of a turning point when we look at global power dynamics. It affects, of course, the post-World War II institutional setup. We can see, for instance, that the United Nations and the World Trade Organization are being challenged from inside much more profoundly than before. Of course, at the same time, we also see that our Nordic EU member states have now forged a stronger NATO. You could even claim that a more European NATO in that way. But the question is, to what extent the war and also the global race for technological supremacy pose a permanent threat to or challenge for democracy? And I would like to start by quoting Anne Applebaum. She's a very renowned, distinguished American journalist and historian who focuses, among other things, on international relations. And she writes in her recent book called Autocracy, Inc., and I quote, "The liberal world order no longer exists, and the desire to create one no longer seems realistic," end of quote. Now, could I ask all panelists to raise their hand if you agree with what Anne Applebaum is claiming? Ooh.
Hands.
No hands up.
Well,
like this.
All right, 1.5 then. Okay, that's interesting.
I'm not going to change my opinion.
Well, could I ask, perhaps we start with you, Lee, why you only agree or disagree in half terms?
Yeah, I think this is...
1 minute answer.
Okay, let's see. I think, of course, I mean, if we look at a global level at the moment, what is happening in different states, what is happening in democracies, I mean, we have all seen this trend towards democracies being more and more challenged. Fewer and fewer of people globally are living in democracies, and you can also see this trend where democracies are being challenged from within. We all know these trends and developments. But at the same time, I think it's important also to note that if you look at the level of ordinary people, in my opinion, we should not overlook the fact that traditional values, freedom of expression, freedom to participate politically, they are still, in my opinion, as strong as before, and we should not overlook the fact that we have so many very courageous people in Afghanistan, for example, fighting for fundamental rights also for women, or in Belarus, fighting for political freedom. So maybe more focusing on how we can support the forces, the people that are fighting for these traditional values, than thinking that we have to give up on them altogether, or that it's not realistic anymore to think that we can, build a democracy and build politics based on these fundamental values.
Thank you. Mika, you could maybe give your short answer.
Well, I'm keen follower of Anne Applebaum, and I have to say that usually what she says makes sense. So I believe that, I haven't read the book, but it is a fragment from a more broad work charting the histories and understanding what is going on. The world order, of course, is being contested. In that sense, the liberal world order is no longer the sole world order. And she's right that the political will to fight for it perhaps no longer exists. So the Western heartland, well, let's go back first. Liberal world order was previously called the Western world order, and now it is called the rule-based world order. It has been transforming itself. It has become more global, but of course it has faced the obstacle. The war, you mentioned, a key factor. Clearly, Russia is contesting the rule-based world order or the liberal world order. The failure of the so-called rise of China theory, that China will peacefully rise and integrate into the liberal world order, that was a key moment of realization that actually we should do something. But everybody's saying that China is too big of a problem for us to deal with, so we cannot phantom or gather the political will of re-energizing the democratic liberal world order that has a Western base. So what to do? It's a moment of, I think, anxiety. We are fearful of the key aspect, key institution of the liberal world order, elections. US elections are approaching, and people are seeing quite a lot of bad things that might result from that. The European Parliament elections, a lot of people were seeing that something really scary might happen. So we have lost our energy.
We can go back to that later on. But Ambassador Hickey, would you mind?
This is why these discussions are so important. I couldn't disagree more. And I'm a huge supporter of Anne's work in general. I just look at the world a little differently now. I think we're in many ways more united than we have been in a long, long time. So if you look at NATO as an example, NATO is stronger than it has been almost from the inception of NATO. If you look at the addition of Finland and Sweden into NATO, it's made NATO stronger, it's made Sweden and Finland stronger, but it's made the world safer. And the other thing I think we need to think about, I was thinking about this last night, is I don't see a lot of migration to countries like Iran and Russia and China Pick in Belarus. So pick whatever countries you want to look at. So I think democracy wins, quite frankly. And if you're a supporter of any human rights or the support of the press, there isn't a better place to be than in a democracy. That doesn't mean it's easy. It's really hard. And I think this is a wake-up call, quite frankly, for democracy, what's happening. And the general populace, in many cases, I think, is waking up to the fact that we're going to have to make a binary decision that's going to be led by government and civil society of, do you want to be part of democracy or do you want to be part of an autocracy? And I think when you frame it in that context, there aren't too many people that are going to be running to say they want autocracy, they want democracy. Now, they might want changes, and they might want a bigger voice in democracy, and that's all legitimate, because it's not perfect, but it is the best we have.
Thank you very much. Taneli.
Yeah, I'm more a civil servant, but and I tend to be realist and sometimes even cynical. But here, I have still some, feelings left in my. I really genuinely believe, and just like Ambassador Hickey and the Honourable Member Li Andersson, that it is really, if people have a choice, they will want to go for values and principles that the so-called liberal world order represents. Freedom of choice, freedom of participation, freedom of opinion. All of that, I don't think that anyone anywhere in the world would voluntarily be against any of that. And in my current job, we with Commissioner Urpilainen, and we interact very much and with people, young people from all around the world. And I haven't heard any of them say that I would like to live in an autocracy. They rather aspire for the things and for the values and for the principles and the freedoms that we all here in Europe have.
Let's move on. I'll give you the floor in a minute. Perhaps it's a question of actually people wanting something and the state's capability of promoting whatever it is that they want to promote. Okay, I'll also quote something that Finland's President Alexander Stubb very recently wrote in The Economist. He said that the era of Western domination, as we used to know it, is over. The global West wants to preserve the current world order because they built the institutions and rules that support it. But in many ways, those institutions fail to reflect the geopolitical realities of today. So we see that the autocracies are collaborating much more. We see Russia's aggressiveness. It doesn't appear to be diminishing anytime soon. We also debate whether the US will be the last guarantor of Europe's security, while the EU, as we heard in the panel, the previous panel, is trying to build up a better military capacity. So these are the drivers that we are talking about. But against this background, my first specific question goes to Ambassador Hickey. So how do you see global developments affecting the value standing of the West in the world? How could the US and the EU make sure that they can actually cooperate in the middle of the current geopolitical realities?
Yeah. I think it's important to realize if you look at GDP as one of the metrics to look at things, 76% of the world's GDP sits in democracies. It's pretty phenomenal. So we have a great trading environment amongst friends and people that think alike and that are willing to protect IP rights, as an example. So I think that's a really important element. The relationship between the U.S. and Europe, I have to say, sometimes crises it strengthen relationships, and I think what Putin did in Ukraine clearly awakened people. So I think it strengthened that relationship, and it will continue to strengthen. You've heard Secretary Blinken say it over and over again that one of the first calls we make for support and discussion is to the EU. So I think we're going to see that continue. Now, there's got to be fundamental changes too, and I think President Niinistö has said this for a long time, is Europe needs to stand up and build up its defenses. And while the U.S. can be a supporter, it can't be the only one at the table. And so we all need to build up our strength in the right way, because Russia will not go away. I hear from my Finnish friends all the time, which is, I think, is probably right, that regardless of the outcome in Ukraine, Russia will reconstitute itself, and you can debate whether it's 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years. So we, as a community of the EU, of NATO, of partners in the Indo-Pacific and the Global South, need to be aware of that and need to think about that. And then I would just pose one question as we're thinking about this whole thing. I was just thinking about it when you were talking about President Stubb. I'm sure if I asked this audience if Putin was running for president or Alex Stubb was running for president, who would you vote for? And I think, I assume it's a pretty high number, right, that would vote for Alex. But that's what we're dealing with. Those are the kind of stark choices that we have. And we need to be prepared, not just from a military perspective, from a technology side, from a climate piece of it. We need to be prepared for all those things. And we're better off working together than not. We have much more in common than we disagree on, quite frankly.
We have this very deep cooperation, that's true. But how does the US perceive, nevertheless, the EU's pursuit for more strategic autonomy, be it defense, raw materials, technology? Is that an easy
Come on down. I think it's important because we can't be the only one, right? We welcome the idea that the EU strengthens its position from a military perspective, that continues to garner great technology and IP rights. We support that. On rare minerals, clearly we support that. It's important to all of us that we're trading with partners we can trust, and clearly the EU we can trust, and the members of the EU. So I think we're very forward-leaning on support there. And regardless, you mentioned the elections coming up in November in the United States. Regardless of the outcome of the elections, I think there's common thinking on many of those issues. There might be some issues that people disagree on, but I think when you look at foreign policy as an example, like the NATO accession, it was a 95-1 vote in the US Senate.
All right.
It's critical.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Li Andersson and Mika Aaltola. You have been recently elected as members of the European Parliament. So I have a common question to you both. How should the EU respond, maybe together with the US, to the changing global order in order to be better able to uphold our democracy worldwide? And perhaps to continue a little bit, is multilateralism still alive and kicking? Or should we need to establish something new around that? Would you like to start?
Yeah, well, I mean, firstly, if we look at the role of the EU and also the US in the global order, I think there's a little bit of a tendency also in this debate that we talk about autocracies and then we talk about the West, forgetting all of the rest of the world. If you think about the global South, for example, I think one very big question for the EU and for Europe is what role do we want to have globally? Like what role do we envisage for EU in the upcoming years in terms of building companionships with different countries? What role do we want to see in terms of vocational education, investment, the whole green transition, also on the other side of our own borders? And in this regard, personally, I think multilateralism is alive and kicking still. But we also need to think about how we can strengthen multilateralism, how we can strengthen those kind of institutions. I think one issue, unfortunately, that will affect relations between Europe and the West and other countries has to do with Gaza, for example. Where you have seen South Africa and different countries actually using the institutions, multilateral institutions, for addressing these issues. How do the West want to respond to that? Are we supporting them? Do we react to statements by the International Court of Justice and so on? I think making sure that we are consequent when we talk about international law, multilateralism and human rights, that's also fundamental for us to be able to build kind of credible relationships to other countries around the globe, which we will need as our partners if we want to fight the real autocracies.
Thank you. Mika, your turn.
Well, I was going to remark on the previous round we had. Democracy has appeal, and the values, the freedoms associated with has appeal. Pew Research Center came out with a massive opinion poll a few weeks ago. Basically, 78% of people around the world believe and they want to live in democracies.
Yeah.
The alternatives are not regarded very high. Military rule, for example, is very lowly regarded. So it's clear that the Western liberal rule-based ideals are still relatively universal. But the steam of supporting those so that we could actually, in different places, clearly show that we are standing for people's democratic rights, that has been lost.
So what should we do then?
Well, we should gather some steam. We are going to lose this geopolitical challenge that is just emerging. It's rising up. We are going to see quite a lot of different events, episodes associated with over the next decades or so. So we should fix our own politics so that from different places of the world they could look up to us, that we are actually carrying out the democratic values that we so dearly believe in. And marketing of those, after the Cold War ended, we became very passive when it came to active operations, spreading the values that are so instinctively loved by people. We believed in this soft power, that somehow these things are going to go according to our plans, even in absence of us not pushing them. We should push them. I'm not saying that we should militarily go and change regimes and try to foster democracy. They have power, and we should be much cleverer in using the natural appeal of democratic values. We are now allowing Russia to spoil. We are allowing China to have its own model to replace them. And somehow we are still very passive.
Thanks. Lee, just
Yeah, I think actually Taneli can talk about this, but I think like the EU's global agenda should be focusing on civil society, for example. Those are the grassroots actors that push for democracy, push for fundamental rights, young people, and education. And throughout the European election, we did not talk about what role we envisage for the EU globally. I think it's very much focused at the moment on internal issues, security, and so on. So I think Taneli should continue to talk about
Absolutely. This is a good passage to that. So Taneli, I just wanted to bring up the fact that you have been precisely working with the international partnerships that your commission has been building, and you have been promoting Global Gateway. Now, how do you see that the EU can actually compete with China? You can come back to the other questions, but are the African, Asian, and South African countries, are they more likely to collaborate with non-democratic countries in the pursuit of better life or whatever?
Thank you, and thank you very much, Leanne, for the very kind passing over of the baton. No, one comment first. I think we have to be a little bit careful ourselves and not to talk about Western values and the global South, and because by that we also in a way tell ourselves, or we amplify the polarization that is out there, and that is something that, for example, autocratic actors like Russia want to do. I mean, they are basically telling our partners wherever they are in Africa, Latin America, or Asia, that look, it is the West that is representing Western values, not yours. It is the West, the former colonial powers, and that they are the bad guys. And we should not fall into this trap, and we should not get into that debate. I think if there is this competition with China and for offers, I think in the end it's obvious that we will win. Because our offer is based on values and principles that are appreciated by people all around the world. They may not be immediately appreciated by the autocratic leader who you're trying to negotiate with, but the young people, civil society, anywhere in the world, if they have a choice, It is rather for working with democracies that represent these values that everybody, or the 80% at least of the world population, will want to have. I think, and we are, and European Union, I mean, we still globally matter. I like to believe that European Union is still amongst the 3-4 world powers or sort of global actors, and that can actually make a difference with the US, China, and possibly India. Russia, I'm afraid to say, has rather the capacity to spoil than to create much anything, despite all its capacity and potential that it would have. But the share of Europe of the world GDP 40 years ago was about 40%, 40. Now it's somewhere between 15 and 20, and it will decrease in the next 10 years. We will be close to about 10% of the world GDP. It still matters if we act as Europe, obviously, and if we engage with our partners. If we stop looking inwards, and Europe has been, as Lee was correctly saying, for the past 15 years, and we've been obsessed with our domestic problems. We've a little bit forgotten about the rest of the world, and I think that's where we should pay attention. Global Gateway is our way of trying to listen to our partners, hear what it is that they would want to do with us, try to promote investment into sustainable green digital transition, education, healthcare, and so forth, together with the private sector in our partner countries and from Europe. It is actually working, and the strategy is there since 2.5 years. We put very high ambition levels as objectives, but it is actually delivering. I'm sometimes a bit surprised myself that it's working so well, but it is actually working, and we are working very well with the US as well on this.
Isn't a concrete example of the Global Gateway that there was a vaccine production facility created in Senegal?
Yes.
I mean, when the pandemic hit, there was absolutely no vaccine production in Africa whatsoever. So this is one example, a concrete example of what it has brought about.
That's correct, yes. I mean, there was hardly any vaccine production of any kind in Africa until a few years ago. And then with the COVID pandemic, we started looking into reasons why is that the case. One reason was that the regulatory framework for producing and distributing vaccines on the African continent was not really there. The private sector or the investors were ready to go there, but the conditions for the investment were not so much there. It was not even so much a question of money, but the conditions for the investment. We tried to solve those issues together with our African partners and with the private sector and with the European Investment Bank, and now there is actually capacity for vaccine production in several spots in Africa. That capacity is not at the moment primarily needed for COVID vaccines, but for other types of vaccines, and I think it's something that makes Africa a little bit stronger.
And I think it's fair to say that the next pandemic will come one day or another, and some other health risks. Okay, so let's move on. In the current geopolitical environment, the West wants to build up its own defense. Perhaps I shouldn't use this word West, but okay. But how does this fit in with our desire to make human rights, democracy, and rule of law a reality for more people in the world? And perhaps the key question here is whether there is a trade-off between our values and interests, such as security and trade. So let's start this time with Mika, please.
Well, there's no necessary conflict. There might be some paradoxes and some, of course, uncomfortable feelings because the challenge by Russia, it's a military one, and it has to be answered. And one fundamental right that people have is to live their lives in absence of foreign enemies. It is a clear, ancient right that people have and they desire for. So that right, I think, is becoming a fundamental right in the European North and also in Eastern European countries. We feel the Russian pressures in here, and we have the right to live in absence of laws. So clearly, we need to reorganize our fundamental rights in a proper way, fitting to this scenario that we are actually living in. So what is fundamental for the rights of people? Unfortunately, the world is not a pleasant place, and it's going to become even more cumbersome in the near future because the challenge is there. Autocratic, totalitarian regimes, they have quite a lot of power and they are strategically thinking about these things. So if we are absent-minded and drifting, nothing good will result from that. Even in the global gateway, we have to be clear that it is a strategical tool. For example, allowing Chinese to participate in the bidding in Africa actually helps the Chinese to bring in their influence there. So kind of the disembodied nature of the global gateway perhaps is not allowing us to use it for the proper directions.
Okay. What would you say to that?
I would agree. I actually think there's opportunity here. The issue around China in how we talk about competition, everybody wants China at the table to compete. They just want them at the table playing by the same rules. So, I'll give you a prime example on secure wireless as an example. We look at it and say there's really only two companies that can provide secure wireless, and that's Nokia and Ericsson. Mm-hmm. So the US does not have a horse in that race, if you will. The Chinese have Huawei and ZTE and others. And what we've seen in many of these cases is that our friends at Nokia will go in and bid something at $100 or 100 euros, and our friends from Huawei will come in at 70. And then when they get pushed on it, when Nokia wins the award, Huawei comes in at 30 euros. Well, no commercial enterprise can compete at that level. So what's happening is effective dumping. And so my view is if we want to compete with technologies, let's compete head to head. I'll compete with US technology against Finnish technology, and the Finns will compete against the US. That's all fair game. What's not fair game is when you're dumping product, and the other is when you're stealing IP. One of the amazing things about Finland is the amount of just world-class technology that exists. If you take that and steal it and use it for your own production value, that's just not fair. Mm. That doesn't happen outside of democracies because the IP rules in democracies look pretty similar. How we look at IP regulations in Finland and the EU and the US look really similar. There might be a couple nuance points, but they look very similar. In China, they look nothing like it. So I agree. I mean, we shouldn't be afraid to compete. I mean, we want to compete, but we ought to compete in a fair and logical way that everybody has a fair shot at winning, and you win because you have the best price performance.
Well, this is precisely why we want also in the EU to have a fair level playing field. I mean, that's quite clear. Lee, what would you say?
I think on that question about whether there is or has to be a trade-off or not, I think one difficult question has to do with economic priorities, like how we use funding, to be very kind of frank. And I do see a risk of not only the EU, but also member states kind of retreating from global responsibilities, from those kinds of financing responsibilities, and then addressing their own security concerns more than before. And of course, then there is a trade-off if we do those kinds of financial decisions. The other thing I'm a bit worried about, I think you could see it a bit in the Finnish debate around the border law, which I will not go into in itself, but there was this rhetoric around us having to choose between human rights, fundamental rights, and security concerns. And I think that's a dangerous rhetoric for decision makers or countries that wants to uphold and enforce rule of law, democracy, human rights, fundamental rights. I think it's more familiar from autocratic countries and leaders who say that we cannot have both, you have to choose. I think for us, rhetorically, no matter if you are from the right or the left and so on, rhetorically, politically, our aim should always be, and our way of thinking should be, that we combine these when we do policies here, that we always strive for decision-making to which we do not think that you have to choose either or make a trade-off.
Taneli.
I with us, I mean, sometimes we face the question, and when it is about whether or not to cooperate or work with the government that we may dislike, or that we may not find sympathetic, and that we think is not upholding the same values and principles that we are. Should we work with them? Should we talk with them or not? Should we simply walk away? And the simple answer is that yes, and if we don't like each other, and then we walk away, and that's, some even call it conditionality. I don't think that actually works, and you need to be ready and also to engage, and perhaps and even especially to engage with the kinds of authorities and governments that you may have an issue with. And I'm not saying that we should become friends with dictators and dictatorships, but if we become too selective and we only cooperate and talk with partners who are exactly of the same view as us, and then our family will get smaller. One observation which makes me a little bit optimistic is actually that over the past year or so, and we've seen quite a few important elections globally in large countries where we have had, I think many of us have had concerns about the state of democracy, rule of law, perhaps an increasing autocracy. And in many of those countries, actually, people have gone and voted for change. They have actually demonstrated. They've been allowed to vote, their vote has been counted, and they have told that we actually want to have our freedoms, we want to have change. Starting from Poland in the European Union, but I would also say the world's largest democracy, and that sounded a bit, even ironic a few months ago, but India. People went and asked for change. South Africa. And all of a sudden, and those who thought that they are in power eternally, they have to take opposition and people into account. And it's not a revolution, but it is democratic evolution. And I think it's really encouraging, actually, that in this state of the world where we tend to see things very dark, there's actually also light out there.
It's a question of how we also debate things and how they are perceived in the media and politics, of course. Okay, we are not quite at the end yet, but nearing the end of our debate. I'd also like to ask you whether the democratic process that we have in democracies and fundamental rights, is our democratic decision-making too slow in responding to change? We have been talking about change in Turku quite a lot, and we've also come to the conclusion that actually it's the new normal. So the question really is, will our democratic values persist in times of economic and ecological scarcity and also these international security challenges that we have? And perhaps a question to the MEPs especially, but also for Taneli, that will the EU be fit to face those challenges? Who would like to start this time?
Should I start this time?
Yes, go ahead.
I think I have always been of the opinion that being a bit slow it's a good thing. That's what makes democracies democracies. We are, if you want a really, really efficient procedure for decision making, then you probably should have a dictatorship. They are super efficient in terms of making things happening. So I think, having a public discussion, having multi-stakeholders stating their opinions and so on, these are all features of democracies, and it might make us a bit slow sometimes, or a bit slower than others sometimes, but it's still, we still should hold on to those features in our societies. And we have so many examples also from the European Union of the EU and our democratic states also being able to respond quite rapidly to changes, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine and so on. So I wouldn't be maybe too worried about that. When it comes to the future, I think it's been very nice in this panel that we have all kind of acknowledged the fact that there's so many people around the world fighting for democracy, freedom of speech, for all these fundamental values, that the kind of attraction in these have not gone, the power in these issues have not disappeared anywhere. But if we look at our own countries and why we have such a bleak kind of maybe perception of the future, I think that a lot of like members of our own societies have this kind of notion that you don't believe in politics being able to create better societies anymore. This kind of idea of, they used to talk about the societal contract before in Finland, that each generation can trust that, you know, the next generation will have things a bit better than the previous one. So this kind of contract is broken now. I think people do not, like my generation, people younger than me, do not believe that the future will look better for coming generations, because all we hear are the environmental crisis and the labor market is more insecure than before, and there's financial crisis and so on. So I think what politics should focus on more is how we build resilience, that people feel secure in an area of change, and also kind of bring back hope for the future. This kind of feeling of that it is possible also through political decision making to create societies that will be better and more sustainable for the coming generations. I think that's the most pressing issue for our democracies.
Okay. Thank you. That's a note of hope then. We have 4.5 minutes to go. So Mika, Ambassador, and Taneli.
Well, I agree with that delay and taking time is always important. Thucydides once said, a famous historian, that delay is divine. So we should take our time, even in middle of crisis, to plan properly. What is even more important is to gather the will, fix the politics. If there's an enormous task ahead, and there seems to be one, the challenge is clear globally, regionally, that we have to do something. So let's now gather the will. Clausewitz once said that war or defense is continuation of politics by other means. So proper geostrategic or strategic action in foreign policy requires for us to have a good plan and the will to complete it. If the politics falls apart, and in certain ways it has, in both agree. Now it's about the politics at the European level, at the NATO level, to support Ukraine and actually make things so that Russia will lose the war. How to do that when it comes to global other challenges? It's important to steal time.
Thank you. Mr. Hiki and Taneli, quick.
Well, I'm pretty optimistic, I have to say. I think your point about the elections is really interesting in Europe, where people thought they were going to go a certain way and they ended up in a different place. And that wasn't because of the politicians necessarily. That was because civil society decided that they didn't want it to go that way. So that gives me a lot of optimism. You know, we're facing our own elections in the United States, as I think some of you probably know, in November. And we have two candidates that could not be more different. I mean, it's really pretty striking. But I have every confidence that the American people are going to make the right choice, and whatever that happens to be. And our democracy will survive, and our democracy, I think, will get stronger. And the reason I believe that is the community of nations that we're getting closer and closer to and talking to, I think, is growing. You know, your point about Europe, I think it's critically important to us. The Indo-Pacific is critically important to us. We can't forget about the Global South at all, and we have no intention. I think your point is exactly right about Western values when we say that. That's sort of an insult to countries in the Global South. So we need to find a different vernacular that we're talking to those countries in a respectful and thoughtful way as partners, as opposed to talking down to them. But we can do that. Absolutely do that. So I'm, you know, wildly optimistic about the future. We just need to take advantage of it.
Thank you. Taneli.
I'm not at all concerned about decision-making of the European democracy. I think we have ample evidence of the past few years where we've taken big, important decisions extremely quickly and good decisions, even despite the very complex and multi-layered democratic system that we uphold. I'm a little bit more concerned about resources, European resources, because policies and politics are more and more European, and we need to be working more globally in order to defend and promote your freedoms, values, and interests. But resources are national. And this differs aside from the US, for example, or China, when we're at the same tables. Our EU budget is about 1/20 of your federal budget or the Chinese budget. And this, I think, requires some thinking going forward, including the European Parliament.
Okay, thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much for this lively debate, and thank you also to the audience, both here in Turku and online. And with these words of hope, I close the panel, and I hope to see you here next year. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for participating in this panel. Next up, the program will continue here at the Little State at 14:30 with a discussion about European parliamentary elections and the future of European security. If you want to keep discussing Europe Forum on social media, don't forget to use the hashtags #Eurooppafoorumi, #Europeforum, and #Turku. And if you would like a little pick-me-up, the downstairs cafe is open. See you in a bit. Hei kaikille! Olen Josefina Tuomala, lavajuontajanne tänään. Tervetuloa! Meillä on ollut täällä kaupunginteatterilla 3 päivää täynnä toinen toista mielenkiintoisempia keskusteluja ja reilusti yli 100 asiantuntijaa puhumassa. Seuraavaksi pienellä näyttämällä alkaa Eurooppa-foorumin viimeisen päivän viimeisin ohjelmanumero. Ohjelman kieli on englanti, joten jatkan juonon loppuun myös englannin kielellä. Hello everyone, I am Josefina Tuomala, your state host today. Welcome to the small stage. At the Turku City Theatre, we have had 3 days full of interesting discussions and well over 100 experts speaking. Now, one of the Europe's Forum's finance programs is starting. If you want to participate in the chat discussion, you may read the QR code on the screen, which takes you straight to the chat. Now, let's welcome onto the stage the Foreign and Security Policy Seminar entitled European Parliament Elections and the Future of European Security. The seminar is brought to you by the University of Turku and Åbo Academy University. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much. Welcome to this event called European Parliamentary Elections and the Future of European Security. My name is Inga Saikkonen. I'm a senior lecturer at Åbo Academy, and I'll be moderating this event together with Kimmo Elo, who's a senior lecturer at the University of Eastern Finland and still has an affiliation with the University of Turku. The event has 2 parts. First, Professor Kim Strandberg from Åbo Academy University will present latest survey results on Finnish citizens' attitudes towards European parliamentary elections and the EU, based on Firipo research infrastructure, which is funded by the Academy of Finland and based at Åbo Academy University. We will then move on to a panel discussion, European parliamentary elections and the future of European security. But first, I'd like to introduce our first speaker. Kim Strandberg is Professor of Political Science and Political Communication at Åbo Academy University. His research focuses on social media and politics, democracy, elections, public opinion, democratic innovations, and currently affective polarization. He is, however, probably best known to the general public for having served as the opponent of Dr. Jenny Hauke's dissertation. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you. There. All right. Hi, everyone, and thanks for the introduction by Inga. So I'm going to talk a little bit about EU voting patterns and EU attitudes in Finland from 2024. So this is how I'm going to do it, 2 clear parts. But first, as Inga said, this data has been collected in a panel which we have called Kansalaismielipide, Citizens' Opinion. And this is a panel of roughly 7,000 Finnish citizens, of whom almost 4,000 responded to a survey in June 2024, immediately after the European election. And this panel is one of several panels, part of the Firipo infrastructure, which is short for Finnish Research Infrastructure in Public Opinion Research, which is a consortium between Åbo Academy, Turun yliopisto, and Tampere University, and also the Finnish Social Science Data Archive is part of that infrastructure. So that's the marketing part. But go and check firipo.fi out if you're interested in what we are doing. But yeah, the 2 parts. The first one will be about voting patterns. How did women and men vote for which parties? Are there differences and what in party choice concerning the age of voters? And finally, the same. Can we see differences in voting patterns due to education level? So not going to go deeper than that. I only have 20 minutes, but yeah, so kind of looking at who voted for which party. We all know how the election went, but this is not about that. It's like digging a bit deeper than the surface. Then the second part is about the Finns' attitudes towards the EU. So starting off with some general support for EU, a couple of survey questions about that, and breaking that up according to gender, age, and education level again. And then finally, some Finnish citizens' views on European security and security policies, which I think ties nicely into the discussion later on. But let's get into it. So, voting patterns. We start according to gender and party. I'm not going to talk through every single number here, so I'm just going to give the main things. What you can see, we have two parties that are clearly women's parties, the Left Alliance and the Green League, as you can see. And two parties who are very much dominated by male voters, the National Coalition and the True Finns, or the Finns as they are now called. So that's kind of the main takeaway. We have a quite big difference in who votes for this party. I think those of us who are from Finland are not surprised. This is kind of the hunch we have, and we've seen a lot of media attention saying the same thing about this, that we have this a big gender difference in Finland at the moment. But that's kind of the main takeaway according to gender. Other interesting things here are perhaps that the Swedish People's Party also has become quite a women's party, perhaps more than before, I would say. But other than that, I think those are the main things. Of course, if you would add to this gender aspect also age, you would see like in the youngest age group, the difference between men and women is even more drastic. So that's where the big cleavage gender differences are at the moment in Finland. But let's go on to, no it didn't, age groups. Again, not going to go through everything, just tell you the main things. And we kind of have the same two groups of parties. We have the National Coalition Party and the True Finns, but also a little bit the Social Democratic Party actually here and the Centre Party that are more supported by older people belonging to middle age or even like the retired people vote for these parties. And then the opposite, probably not a surprise to most, the Left Alliance and the Green League are supported by the youngest voter group. So those are the main things we see in the voting patterns according to age. A bit interesting perhaps that the support for the Finns is strongest among middle-aged, the middle-age group, and quite low in both the polls, so to speak. Kind of surprising to me at least. But still, yeah, again, quite stark differences. We have like, again, the kind of the theme of my presentation, we have two groups of parties and they are very different according to who vote for them. I don't think there's much more with that. And going then to education level. So a little bit before I talk about the findings, what does education level mean? This is basic education means like the compulsory education you have in Finland, like up until high school. And then secondary is everything else except university or University of Applied Sciences level degrees. So you know what it means. There are different ways to be more granular in education level, but this is the typical one we use. Again, sorry to say the same thing, we have different patterns again. We have National Coalition Party. Well, here it kind of breaks actually, because we have the National Coalition Party and the Green League, who are supported very strongly by highly educated people. So, although those parties were quite opposite regarding gender or age, here they have the same kind of pattern. Also, the Swedish People's Party is supported the most by people with the highest education level. The parties who are supported mostly by people with basic education level are the Left Alliance, which perhaps is a bit surprising given their public image of being more like an intellectual urban party, but still they receive the most votes from people with low education. Might have to do with young people who not yet have a degree voting for them to a high extent. Other than that, Centre Party voters mainly come from people with lower education, and the same for voters of the Finns. But I think that's the main things there. Quite interesting, but also perhaps not super surprising everything. Perhaps the Left Alliance surprised me a little bit, I would have thought. But other than that, no big surprises. So Final slide about voting patterns. We know that turnout in the EU elections is not that great in Finland. And we asked people who didn't vote, what were your reasons to not vote in these elections? So you can see the first reason people said that they were unable to find a suitable candidate is quite common. If you had together the lila and the turquoise colors, you get like 60% agreeing that it was hard for them to find a candidate, so they didn't vote for that reason. Not having any interest in politics was not that common a reason for not voting. So that's not the main reason why people don't vote in European elections. People did, however, feel that they don't really trust politicians and thus don't vote in at least the European elections, and that was the biggest reason actually of those that we asked about. Of course, there can be other reasons that we didn't have in the survey. That's always the thing with surveys, you get answers to what you ask, but these were the things we asked about. Not having enough information about the election or about candidates was also quite common. Not having an interest in the EU was somewhat influential, but not among the biggest reasons. And vote impact means that people felt that their vote doesn't matter. It doesn't have an impact on the result. So about 55% said that kind of it was one reason for them. But yeah, you can see quite a mix of reasons why people feel that they, or stated that they didn't vote in the election. So those were the voting patterns. Let's move on to the attitudes towards the EU. So the first thing we asked, if we were to have a referendum at this moment in Finland about whether we should stay or leave the EU, as you can see, massive support for staying. Blue means stay and red means leave. The right-hand one just excludes unsure or wouldn't vote answers. So it's just people who stated an opinion. Almost 87% say that they would vote to stay, remain in the EU. So this is, of course, a very high level of support, in my opinion, for staying in the European Union. So this is perhaps not what some parties want to see at the moment, but goes to show that not everything is as it seems in the media all the time. Finns still support the EU or remaining in the EU very, very much. This is a common question which is asked European-wide. I think these are quite high numbers in comparison to other countries, but I don't have that here. Okay, next one. Broken up according to gender, age, and education level, the same thing. Not that big differences between men and women. Both support staying, remaining in the EU very much. A little bit more differences according to age groups, where we have middle-aged people having a bit more skeptical stance, but of course still almost 80% say they would vote to remain. This ties a little bit in, if you remember, the support for the Finns party, which was the highest in the middle-aged groups, and might be a bit correlated to that among the middle-aged people is the highest support for the most EU-critical party in Finland. And according to education level, we see quite unexpected, or unsurprisingly, that people with the lowest education level are not critical neither, but they have the highest degree of people who say they would vote to leave, 22-23%, but then it gradually diminishes from there. So among people with high university or university applied level of education, we have almost 94% support for staying in the EU. But these are not huge differences. Important to keep in mind, but some slight differences. Then we have general views on EU membership. The question was asked, would you say generally that the EU has been a good thing? The EU membership has been a good thing for Finland. So that's the left-hand one. The right-hand one is, as it says, do you feel that Finland has benefited from being part of the EU? Very similar findings, quite strong support. The general views are like, yeah, almost 90% kind of strongly or quite strongly agree that they think it's generally been a positive thing for Finland to be part of the EU. And the same amount say that, yeah, they think that Finland has benefited from being part or a member of the European Union. But yeah, probably no surprises here as well. I'm going to again break it up. That's a terrible slide, but I'm going to tell you the main takeaways. They are very similar to those we have seen. So I guess some of you could guess there are no gender differences to speak about in the general views on Finland's EU membership. Men and women equally to an equal degree feel it's been a good thing. Again, middle-aged people are slightly more of the opinion that it hasn't been a good thing, but still there's a huge support among them as well. Almost 60% feel it's been generally a good thing. And the education level goes as expected, like that. It's still strong support among people with basic level education, but then it goes stronger and stronger when we move to secondary and tertiary level of education. And the bottom half has Finland benefited, again, precisely the same patterns. No gender differences, middle-aged people slightly more disagreeing, but still, bear in mind, still a strong support even among that group. And education, again, basic level, slightly more skeptical or critical, and then it gradually grows support or the feeling that we have benefited from being part of the EU. So those were the general attitudes. Then, let's see if it moves. Yeah, so we asked a bit about the current issues, which are very topical at the moment, security and the Ukraine. And we asked about people's opinion on should the EU form a joint army, European army. We asked whether people felt that the EU should send more armed support to the Ukraine. And we also asked whether people felt that the EU should grant a EU membership to the Ukraine. So here we see some differences in support. So basically, opinions were quite split on whether the EU should form a joint army or not. So, yeah, kind of 50-50, almost. So that's a bit different than to whether people felt we should send more armed support to the Ukraine, where you see, like, if you add the lila and the blue together, we have, yeah, 80% support. Very strong or somewhat strong support for sending more armed support to the Ukraine. So it's quite interesting because you would think that the joint army is also one way of supporting, but of course that's something that's perhaps more down the line, while the situation in the Ukraine is much more urgent at the moment. And finally, whether people felt that we should grant the Ukraine an EU membership, yeah, quite strong support. Not as strong for sending more troops or arms to the Ukraine, but almost 60%, I think. Yeah, 60% support it. Only 20%, however, fully support that idea. But so interesting. So those were the views on security, and I think I'm doing too good on time, but we can have some questions from the audience or from the panel. So thank you for your attention, and please.
Should we allow some time for audience questions? Do you want?
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. If there are direct questions to Professor Strandberg, he must leave directly after the presentation. So now is the possibility to ask a question. If not, I would like to ask.
I think we have some.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. How do you think about the number supporting the joint EU army? Because I found it surprisingly high, taking into account that we just became a member in North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And it was, how much? 30% or
Yeah, it was kind of split in the middle. Yeah, from that perspective, it's quite surprising, yeah. But perhaps it also is due to us having joined a military alliance. Maybe we are more open to the idea of being part of something bigger, a bigger military alliance. So perhaps the NATO membership has been inducive to more positive general attitudes. That could be one way of looking at it as well.
Here is one question from the Slido possibility. So EU politics can be an excellent mode for the countries in search of third or fourth political parties. How do you, this is related to this second stage elections. How would you judge this kind of, evaluation based on your data?
So if I understood the question, like people
are looking for not the first or second.
Yeah, they're kind of voting for different parties in, yeah.
Or how the political scientists say that they are not thinking so much about the coalition possibilities, but voting for the party they liked much.
Yeah, I think, of course, this election was quite exceptional due to the Li Andersson effect, which was very obvious. That's just due to one very charismatic and competent politician. But otherwise, I haven't delved that much into reasons of why people vote, how they vote in the EU elections. But I think it's because, as you said, it's considered to be a second-order election that people don't care as much about. I think they also are more flexible in how they vote in the EU elections just due to that reason. Because, perhaps people feel it's far away, they don't understand, like in Finland, a lot of the parliament election about who will form coalition with whom, but we don't really hear much about how the coalitions are in the European Parliament. Now in June there was some information about how does the European Parliament work, but it's rare to get that info, so most people don't know. So I think, it's something people know less about, so they are perhaps not, they don't mind if their vote is a bit different than what they usually vote for. But
actually, related to their chart with those reasons for not to vote, there was the three: cannot find a suitable candidate, do not have enough information, and do not trust politicians. Do you think these are a bit interlinked, so that if the people don't trust the politicians, they are not looking for information, and when they are, lacking information, they don't know enough about the candidates? So kind of a vicious circle.
Yeah.
So my question related to this is that what could we do in order to change this? That do we need to increase the information, for example, kind of information centers again, like there was in the late 1990s? Or what do you think as a researcher, what could be a very effective way to increase the interest of people also for the EP elections? Because the turnout was very low, lower than 5 years ago. Yeah. So there has not been very much, improvement in this question, although there was quite much media presence before the elections.
Yeah, I agree with your first point that these are interlinked, and these are a lot of the same people stating all the reasons. This is not that people had to choose one or the other. They could agree with everything. So it's a lot of, as we say, correlation, like the same person agreeing with all the reasons. And I think probably, as you mentioned, information is probably the key, because we know, like living in Finland, we know quite little about what the EU does, what the parliament decides on, and how it affects Finland or Finnish policy. So it's, I think information has to be the key to get people to understand. But then I also think we need to accept that this is always going to be an election with lower turnout. I don't think we're going to see anything else than that in quite a long time. But of course, the good thing with this being interlinked is that there's a key to unlock all of the reasons. Probably would be somewhat help with more information, getting to understand more, then you start to maybe trust politicians more and perhaps understanding a bit more about how the EU works, etc.
And the interesting point was that it was not the lack of interest that was the key, which was actually could be expected by other studies. Okay, now we have 1 minute if somebody wants to ask some question.
Think yeah.
Quick reminder to me, what was the difference in voting activity in the youngest generation
I didn't show it. I haven't actually looked at it from this data, but I know from previous, like when we looked at it in the parliamentary election, there were huge differences. Like, kind of if you exaggerate, young men vote for the Finns and young women for the Green League or the Left Alliance, and there are big differences. So if we have a gender issue or cleavage in Finland, it's among young men and young women, which are very different in values at the moment. And I think those patterns are probably replicated in the EU election as well.
Do you have any information about this first-time voters turnout? Because it has been extremely low in European Parliament election. I think it was below 10% last time.
I haven't looked into it yet, but we do have that information. But you need to keep in mind this is from a panel, and people who sign up for panels are generally quite interested in politics. So we probably have people who are more like.
But it is
not
very
first-time
difficult
voters.
to find these exact figures from official sources like Statistics of Finland. I have been looking for this youngest cohort turnout, but it is very difficult to find.
Yeah, true. All right, now time is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. That was fascinating. Really interesting, really fresh data, actually, from the Firpo infrastructure panels. Now we'll move on to our panel discussion in European security, and we've given all the panelists the task to prepare a 5 minutes introductory speech, and we've asked them to focus on themes of the panel that are closest to their research interests. And we'll go in the order of the program, which you'll probably have on your mobile phones. Yes, fantastic. Thanks so much. I'd like now to introduce our speakers. Dr. Leena Vastapuu is an assistant professor in the area of gender, peace and security at the Swedish Defence University. Her research concentrates on gender and war, feminist theories of international relations and war preparedness across the Nordics. Welcome, Leena. Next we have Tanja Tamminen. Dr. Tanja Tamminen leads currently an EU Commission-funded project called EU4 Dialogue that builds people-to-people contacts and professional networks in South Caucasus and Moldova. Tanja Tamminen defended her doctoral thesis in Paris in 2009, and her research focuses on regional cooperation in the Southern Balkans, and she's also an adjunct professor at the University of Turku, so we have this connection again with both University of Turku and the universities arranging this seminar. And then we have Professor Andrew Cottee, who's professor and EU Jean Monnet Chair in European Political Integration from University College Cork, Ireland. And his teaching and research are in the areas of international relations and international security. He has been a NATO Research Fellow, Research Associate at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, and a visiting researcher at the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. So I would now like to ask the panelists for their introductory speeches. So we'll go in the order of the program. So Leena, if you'd like to start.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for the generous introduction. In my short introductory speech, I would actually like to take a step back from everyday politics and the actual elections. Instead, I wish to draw your attention, our attention, to Europe as a so-called epistemic community, to something that we might perhaps refer to as the idea of Europe. What is Europe? And how it plays out in the external affairs of the Union today. To do so, I really feel that we need to discuss values. Because in our everyday speech, and I have done so myself, I will continue to do so probably as well, we often refer to something called European values. Depending on who is discussing, however, this set of values might point to quite opposing directions. Sometimes the far right is framing its anti-immigrant xenophobia in these terms. Other times, conservative Christians tend to refer to Christianity as the defining value base for Europe. And then some of us link European values to absolute respect for human dignity, the rule of law, liberal democracy, and so on. So we should ask, what actually are the values we hope to secure? What are these European values? Who owns them? Wim Weymans has explored the evolution of European values as they have developed in European institutions, and here important institutions, after World War II. Weymans argues that in Europe, as in elsewhere, politicians and institutions refer to values when they need to legitimize political projects. So values are basically being used as political tools. Weymans has located 3 main ruptures during the past 80 years or so in the value talk of European elites and institutions. So first, after World War II, European values were to a large extent based on conservative, anti-communist and Christian rhetoric. Europe did not break away from its colonial legacy, but rather adopted a civilizational role in its external affairs. For instance, this is did to the extent that anti-colonial thinkers such as Sartre or Fanon denounced the spirit of Europe, the spirit of European elites and institutions, which was, according to them, and this is a quote, tainted with blood. Second rupture emerged towards the end of the Cold War, so quite a long stretch. Instead of creating a difference between Christian Europe and its communist enemy, as was regularly done before, a more secular approach emerged with the goal of creating a unified European identity. And this approach, as we know, it proved very successful. So from the late 1990s, revised European value rhetoric, value set has been and had been adopted and used not only by political elites and institutions, but also by the general public. Here we refer to value sets such as liberal democracy, human rights, rule of law, gender equality, so on. This value base, this is very interesting, became a major rhetorical device for the European Union as an institution in its external affairs as well, one of its defining features, to the extent that the Union began to frame itself as a value-based institutional actor. Go to the website of the European Union and you see it. And in this way, legitimizing its internal and external policies through these newly framed European values. So, what has all this to do with foreign policy? It has a lot to do with foreign policy, everything to do with foreign policy. So what we see now, we might see a third rupture. We might witness now witnessing now an increasing clash between liberal ideas of progress on the one hand and the conservative calls for a return to Europe's Christian roots on the other hand, more conservative roots. So maybe this situation is now a third rupture. It's emerging where we witness politicians such as Orban to portray themselves as the real defenders of European values. On the other hand, we see feminist foreign policy initiative, for instance, entering and exiting the venue. And we see very many debates on a national level, which are of course reflected on the European level. So we see battles over values, we see battles as a consequence over policy priorities. In the Union's foreign affairs, these value contestations play out, for instance, in migration policies, we all know that, but also in trade negotiations. Where should we invest? Why? And very interestingly, in climate policies. Do I still have a minute? Yes. So if I give you an example, recently the Green Coalition gave its support to von der Leyen's nomination, provided that the Green Deal is secured. This is the most important value for them. At the same time, von der Leyen has been increasingly criticized over her open support to Israel. Values, Christianity, and so on. As a consequence, the former foreign policy leadership of European Union, actually the current, but the outgoing foreign policy leadership of the European Union was and is divided over Palestine and Israel, with von der Leyen on the other side and Joseph Borrell and Charles Michel on the other side. How this all plays out with Kaja Kallas as probably the new High Representative, and Antonio Costa as the likely incoming president of the European Council is yet to be seen. But yes, I would like to discuss a bit values in our future talk. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And
okay,
Anja, please go ahead.
Thanks a lot. I continue straight from what Lena was saying, because I'm also wondering if there really is a real rupture out there. Even though I'm based in Brussels, I am not working in the EU institutions, but I'm bringing a bit of a practitioner's point of view to the panel. As was said, I'm leading a peace project funded by the EU Commission called this EU for Dialogue, and I facilitate dialogue in South Caucasus and Moldova, including the non-recognized entities. And recently I've been, for instance, focusing a lot on climate-related dialogues across the conflict kind of divides there. And so you will understand I make a tiny detour before answering the question about European security institutions, just to remind, and I'm not the first probably to say this, but here over the days, but to mention the United Nations. And the United Nations just launched what they call UN 2.0, the plan, because they're stating that the world is not on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And in the plan, they identify 5 core capabilities that are necessary to create positive change in the future. And foresight is mentioned as a concrete ability to actively work towards potential futures. And this is what I wanted to highlight here, because, okay, it's Turku, here's also the Future Studies Institute. I myself have my adjunct professorship in the contemporary history. I'm an IR scholar, but future studies become more and more important, and at the same time they are more and more used in the political field. We also use foresight workshops in all our peace kind of dialogues, and also EU uses foresight in the policy work. But about foresight, UN will now in September have the in the General Assembly. It's under the banner Summit of the Future, and there is a plan of a pact for the future and a declaration on future generations. So UN is going towards the future-oriented thinking. There was a future-oriented panel here yesterday. EU is on the same path. But what I want to highlight is that foresight is not just a management tool and an exercise in a way, but there really are 4 types of people, but also of institutions. There are the ones who don't challenge the change, they take it as it comes. Then they are the reactive ones, and the question is how much EU is actually a reactive one, only reacting when the alarm sounds and then goes extinguish a fire if they can. And then there are the pre-active people and actors who kind of understand that preventing is cheaper than curing. But what the foresight concept kind of talks about is the proactive approach, proactively provoking the desirable future and the desirable change. And that's kind of what I'm bringing to the panel, like to discuss about the EU's foreign policy, is asking really, is the newly elected European Parliament proactive enough? Whether it has members that want to provoke a desirable future, the same for the foreign policy leaders. very often we now see this reactive EU, reacting to the negative events in the world. But how can we build future if we don't have a vision of the desired future? What comes after? What is, if you only think about support to Ukraine at the moment, how much money, how much military support, but we don't have a vision, like a clear vision. We talk about enlargement, but it's very blurry, like what it really means, the timelines, the institutional structures, and so on. So is there really now among these new leaders a kind of proactive approach, like mentality, really mindset? Because right now, where I see the rupture, what you're talking about, is really in the peace-building world. We have moved to the hard security world. We have moved to where also peace negotiations, even dialogues that EU wants to support are more about trade-offs. And I see practically now a work that I am indeed encouraged to work on climate change dialogue and not with peace builders. And I'm encouraged to work with energy experts rather than civil society actors. So even the donors' approach has really clearly changed when it comes to the peace activities. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing in itself, like we cannot build peace in a bubble. We need all the sectors of the society involved. I'm not saying that we are doing a bad job, but it is a bit worrying trend, and I think it's the trend of this rupture that we are losing a little bit what EU was about, the soft power, the democratization, the human rights, the big talk we used to have. We are now kind of dropping it from the peace talks, for instance, because it's more about hard security. And the question is like, well, it's already a cliche that liberal peace is dead, that it failed, that we are not anymore. And the scary part is that EU is also changing its discourse and kind of accepting that the liberal peace is dead. My question is, has European Parliament also dropped it? Because they have still been the kind of the ones keeping the harder line when it comes to defending human rights defenders in the world, speaking more openly and more strongly than the European foreign policy leaders have. So the question is the new parliament still ready to keep this focus and keep the values alive, as we were saying? So I stop here and continue later.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. And Andrew, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this panel. So I think I'll follow on from my two co-presenters. I'll just say a bit about maybe the mechanics of EU foreign policy, which I think will link in with what's just been said, and briefly a little bit about the European Parliament, which then we can get into more. I mean, the first thing I think I would say is that if we think about the European Union as a foreign policy actor, the EU in foreign policy is a halfway house. It's more than simply an international organisation. It's not just a European version of the UN, but it's not yet a fully federal state. And in that context, then, EU foreign security policy depends on consensus amongst the member states, and that's often challenging. And we've already heard about divisions amongst the leadership in terms of the High Representative and the Commission President. But equally, if we look at the member states on the Gaza war and the Israel-Palestine conflict, we see a spectrum of positions amongst the member states, and that means it's difficult for the EU to come up with a coherent EU position. A few other comments on the EU as a foreign policy actor. The EU, if you like, is one of the three big economic blocs, if we use that language, in the world, alongside the United States and China. But the reality is that the EU often struggles to translate its economic power into political influence. And again, we see that in the Israel-Palestine case. The EU is a major trading partner of Israel. It's been the largest donor of economic aid to the Palestinian Authority, but the EU hasn't been able to translate that into political influence over the conflict. Briefly, and we may return to this, on defence, of course, Europe still depends primarily on NATO. So if we think about all those things together, the EU has sometimes been described as a new type of actor in international relations, not a classical great power. So the EU is sometimes described as a civilian power or a normative power, an institution that achieves influence by other means. But unfortunately, in a world still sometimes characterized by great power politics and hard power, that means that the EU has certain limitations. So I think if we want to think about the EU and its foreign security policy role, we need to understand those broad background factors. Second thing, just to say a couple of words briefly about, is the European Parliament's role in EU foreign policy. So the first thing to note is that the formal powers of the Parliament in terms of foreign policy are relatively limited. So the Parliament approves the appointment of the Commission, it approves the EU's budget, and it consents to agreements with other states, in particular trade agreements. But a lot of the key political decisions are in the hands of the member states rather than in the hands of the Parliament. That being said, the Parliament does have a growing role, and again, this was mentioned in what some of my co-presenters said. If you look at issues like, for instance, human rights and democracy, the Parliament, through debates, through reports and so on, has had a growing agenda-setting role in terms of EU foreign policy. So some of the tone, almost, if you like, of EU foreign policy is quite often shaped in important ways by the European Parliament. And then briefly, maybe to get on to one of the concrete subjects of this panel, which is the recent Parliament elections in June. What we saw was that the populist right increased its share of votes, it increased its share of seats, but it's still less than 1/3 of the vote and about 1/3 of the seats in the European Parliament. So in a sense, the mainstream, if you take the centre-left, centre-right, Green parties and also Liberal parties, are still larger than and significantly larger than the populist nationalist parties in the European Parliament. And we saw this very clearly with the vote to approve the reappointment of Ursula von der Leyen as Commission President. So maybe then just one final introductory remark. I was trying to think about how does one try to encapsulate the EU's role in foreign policy, and the phrase which came to my mind was what I'd call limping towards utopia. So, you know, the EU is far from perfect. There are lots of flaws to EU foreign policy, EU foreign policy making, but certainly in my view, we're better off with the European Union than without it. We're better off with a European foreign policy inadequate than it is without it, and hence I come up with this phrase, limping towards utopia. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I really like that phrase, limping towards utopia. I think it encapsulates that situation really well. We're gonna continue with the discussion, but I was allowed to ask one question about EU attitudes, since which is related to Kim's presentation in Ireland. And this came up when we were preparing for this panel. And I wanted to ask about whether Brexit has had any effect on EU attitudes in Ireland.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a couple of things here. One, in general, Ireland, since it joined in 1973, public opinion has been strongly supportive of European Union membership. And I think if you looked at some of the basic statistics that we saw in the presentation a little while ago, you would see similar statistics for Ireland. The way I would encapsulate Brexit is that some supporters of Brexit in the UK and elsewhere in Europe and indeed beyond Europe hoped that some countries might perhaps follow the UK out of the European Union. And that's absolutely not been the perspective within Ireland. The way I would summarise it is to say that I think most Irish people looked at Brexit and decided that essentially the British had gone mad and that they didn't want to follow the British down the route of madness. And this was particularly clear. You saw this in public opinion polls in the years after the 2016 Brexit vote. Public opinion support for membership of the European Union was 80-90% plus in Ireland. And given, for instance, the economic problems that the UK has faced since 2016 and then since formally leaving the Union, I think the general view in Ireland is that, this is not the route down which Ireland wants to go. Now, there are specific areas such as migration and defence where, Irish public opinion and Irish views might have certain problems or questions about European integration, but nonetheless, the broad impact of Brexit has really been to reinforce the case in Ireland that the EU is good for Ireland and that Ireland should definitely remain in the EU.
Yeah, I think that was really interesting. Also in light of the data that we just saw in Kim's presentation. Now, Kimmo will take on the next question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for these inspiring introductions. And my question is about leadership in current setting of the EU. As you well know, that EU has been muddling through this kind of multi-crisis since, early 2010. So starting with this sovereign debt crisis, followed by refugee crisis, pandemics, and now the aggressive war of Russia against Ukraine. At the same time, we have struggled with the question about this European security and foreign policy, defense policy, and so on and so forth. We have had problems with this, traditional motor and tandem between France and Germany, resulting in quarrels and discussion about who is actually leading the EU in these turbulent times. So, starting with Lena, how would you judge the current leadership in European foreign and security policy?
Well, yes, the upcoming leader, yes. Who knows yet? But I see, if I forecast, I think. I know. So much money will be spent on defense, on militarization, on war preparedness, on a national level, on a European Union level. And I see that the leadership, if we will have von der Leyen and Kallas there, yes, this will be a great, something they both push for, I think like that. At the same time, we have, I think Kallas said at some point that there might be, or was it von der Leyen? But anyways, that there was discussion on the possible new post of a defense commissioner, which is quite interesting as well in terms of preparing for war. And here we come to the reactiveness of European Union, and here we come to the lack of vision, and here we come to the point why don't we have why nobody talks about the need for a peace commissioner, and why I don't see this leadership having such discussions. So if we think of the European Union's history as a peace project, we can't see that here that much anymore. So yeah, we will see war preparation, I think.
So Tanja.
Yeah, I could continue from that, because I'm looking at, for instance, the region of South Caucasus and EU's efforts now in the past dealing with the issues, and a lot of things that Kimmo said, like who is really leading the EU? Is it the French who were trying something, Macron with Armenia, Azerbaijan? Is it the High Representative? There's still been confusion, but there's also been a lot of, difficulties between the institutions. So I hope that the new leadership will find better ways of cooperation than like the president, like van der Leyen and Charles Michel had their issues in the past years. So maybe, hopefully, if this tandem works as well as the High Representative and President of the Council works, like then hopefully there is also hope for peace, because it's not one person, but this is the trio that can mediate, that could or should mediate, but then at the same time, how to handle the high expectations. Like EU is expected to be a peace actor. That's what we've been selling for years. And then suddenly, we don't have that vision. We don't really know what we are. Are we still that peace actor selling democratization and human rights within the package? Or are we another type of peace actor? And that kind of also doesn't give EU like a predictable role in, now I'm talking smaller conflicts than the big one. I'm not referring to Ukraine here, but there's been a lot of conflict areas where EU has been active, but where the expectations have failed over the past years. So to be seen how the next leadership rebuilds this image of a peace mediator.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Sander. How you?
Thank you. I might just add one or two things. I mean, firstly, just I think to note the likely appointment of Kaja Kallas, former Prime Minister of Estonia, as the EU's foreign policy representative. I mean, this will be the first time that a representative from one of the Central and East European member states has taken on a senior role. And in a sense, I think this maybe reflects a coming of age for the European Union. And, it's probably, sometimes the EU is described in terms of old and new member states, and it's probably time that the terminology of that terminology is dropped, and we simply have EU member states all of truly equal standing. So that may be symbolically important. The other leadership point I would make is it's correct, obviously, to think about the President of the Commission, the High Representative, and so on, but also to think about leadership from the member states. And what many observers are pointing out, and is very striking at the moment, if you look at Germany, Chancellor Scholz, is domestically weak and is often criticised for lacking any real foreign policy vision, either for Germany or for Europe. In France, President Emmanuel Macron might be argued perhaps to suffer from too much vision. He's prone, arguably, to what could be called rhetorical grandstanding, but often perhaps that lacks substance. And again, now, of course, President Macron is also in a weak position. So if we look to the member states for leadership on EU foreign policy, that it's difficult to find there. And maybe one final comment, which I think relates to one of the broader themes which is emerging here, is EU leaders, whether of the EU institutions or at the national level, face the balancing act of, on the one hand, standing up for liberal values of democracy, human rights, and so on, but also responding to the reality of the populist shift in public opinion and political parties in the member states, and how EU leaders do and should navigate that is a really challenging issue.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Just to kind of ask a follow-up question on this, if I may ask you to respond rather quickly, but how do you see it? Do you see, because we've we've discussed this, that there's been a change in the leadership positions. Do you see, can you predict, or do you see a fundamental change in European direction of European security policy if we go in the kind of reverse order again in the future?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think the first thing is, again, the obvious point that Ursula von der Leyen has been reappointed, and you know that very strongly points towards more continuity than change. Kaja Kallas as the likely foreign policy high representative, you know, one would expect a continued strong position on Estonia, but I think my guess is that it would be more continuity rather than radical change in that context, I think.
Because I think the change happened already with Ukraine. Like now the election results and in some way, and also now definitely Kaja Kallas's kind of selection if the parliament so wishes in October to be the high representative is definitely a reaction to what's going on in Ukraine. So previously, of course, if we remember before Ukraine, it was the southern countries looking at the Mediterranean. It was about the migration. It was in that sense about Africa. It was about the south. And now, if you think about the common security and defense policy, for instance, the missions that EU is sending, EU has just opened new missions in Armenia, in Moldova. Ukraine already had one where I also have worked in the Balkans. There have been, but there were missions there are still, of course, missions in Africa, but the numbers, the presence is, there's a clear shift towards the east, and that's of course reactive and natural, of course, but it's not really the leadership has to follow in a sense. But then the question is, are they capable of having a vision where this really go, or just reacting to things that keep happening to us, and not that we are doing something to actually change something.
Yes, I would echo all that, absolutely. Then if we think of practical terms, the new triad, if we will have von der Leyen, if we will have Kallas, if we have Antonio Costa, I think they might be able to work quite effectively together. Who knows them? Who knows their political priorities? But at least I see less clashes as we have at the moment. But then we come to the question of what is the vision of the foreign policy leadership vis-à-vis national politics. Of course, we have European Union has been branding in addition to peace. It has been branding itself through climate policies. And there is a big push against the Greens. So what will happen to European Union as a global actor in these terms? I don't know about the positions of the political leadership on climate policies, but yes, that would be quite interesting. You have...
If I may actually react to this, just the previous who was there to listen to the panel on enlargement, it also came up there because there is the discussion whether we have to rush and get Ukraine and Moldova in a fast track to the EU. This practically would mean that we have to do a trade-off of then having less kind of ambitious climate policy and green agenda and so on. So this foreign policy leadership is really in a position where they have to kind of choose between things that you shouldn't be choosing from, but having everything. But indeed, interesting years ahead.
Well, I think it's interesting because we are very much focusing in public discussions about this leadership in foreign security policy. It's very much about leadership in this Ukraine war. But as you said, that there is this enlargement question, there is Northern Africa, there is China, there is this global climate change and so on, also requiring, asking for leadership from the EU and from the Europeans. As a global actor, this is the question that is is the EU capable of being a global actor? So my question is, and we can start with Tanya, and then Andrew and Lena, that how you do actually, Andrew pointed that you put it very nicely, is limping towards utopia, and somewhere between United Nations and federal state. So my question is, how do you see the current state of the EU as a global actor? And a follow-up question is, what do you consider as the most important, and now beyond the war in Ukraine, which is of course the first and foremost, but beyond that, the most important future challenges the EU is or might be facing?
Yeah, well, you gave it to me because I'm most interested in the near neighborhood. So sounded too Russian, that one. The neighborhood, because of course, I mean, how can EU be a global actor if it cannot have its act together when it comes to really close neighbors like the Western Balkans that are still in a limbo situation since 20 years, Albania, North Macedonia, Kosovo, who knows what, like Serbia. So we are with neighboring countries and we don't really have a vision for them. We don't, we have a technocratic negotiation process that doesn't have a political carrot anymore in a way. So how can we be how can European Union be a kind of a plausible a global actor if it's not trustworthy with its promises in its closest neighborhood? So that's kind of my question, and I think personally I think that EU should first really focus in the nearest regions, North Africa, Eastern neighborhood, rather than trying to, because there are sometimes always these discussions, let's send a CSDP mission to Latin America. That doesn't make any sense for a union that really still is a regional union. But that's because the problems are so close to my heart, that are close to the EU, that's my opinion, but others probably have other opinions.
If I understood correctly, before we can, address to or global challenges, we need to clear up things in the neighborhood. Yes,
clear and be kind of, how to say it, it's not really trustworthy, but kind of look like a actor that has a clear policy in the neighborhood, to have a clear policy with China or with Africa. Yeah.
Andrew, please.
Thanks. I mean, again, and I guess this goes back to some of my initial comments. I mean, I think often with the EU as a foreign policy actor, and specifically maybe in the global context, it's one of those glass half full, glass half empty questions, depending what you look at and so on. You could come to quite different conclusions. On the Ukraine war, you can make an argument that the EU has performed fairly well. I think if you looked at global climate negotiations over the last 20 plus years, which is something I've followed, there is a case that the EU has shown leadership, that Kyoto Agreement and then the Paris Agreement, the EU was a driver there. Now, of course, there's plenty of scope also to criticize EU policies as well. Maybe the one thing I would bring it to right at the moment over the last year is the Israel's war in Gaza, looked at from much of the rest of the world. Western, and I would include in this, EU policies are viewed as maintaining or containing a large double standard compared with the EU's policies towards the Ukraine war. That, in a political diplomatic sense, has damaged Europe and the EU. Exactly how much we have to see, but I think that's a reality. And then in terms of your question about security policy priorities, I was struck that, in thinking about this, you could look at something like the EU's global strategy document of 2016. If you look at that document, essentially it says everything is a priority, and we're going to do everything, and some rather vague ideas about how we're going to do everything. And if you read the literature on strategy, people always say one of the key things about good strategy is to actually identify a small number of things that you're really going to prioritize and to have a fairly clear idea about how you're going to address them. And I think the EU could certainly be criticized on those grounds.
Thank you. And Lena.
Thank you. I think Europe at the moment seems to be slightly lost. And here we come to the question of not prioritizing, doing everything but not doing anything as a consequence, as Andrew was saying. So of course, the thing is, if you don't know who you are and what you stand for and what are your priorities, then nobody else has no idea either. So, and then you need to clearly communicate that to outsiders as well. Which are most important issues for European insecurity sense? Well, I have to say, and here I probably speak a little bit against my own research, but if we really want to keep this planet livable, then of course the most important things should be climate, environment. We must remember that already it's so frightening that already 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries have been crossed. Who takes the leadership on that? So, yeah, that's a security issue that really is. Yeah, it has massive consequences if we don't do anything.
Yeah, thanks so much. Now I'm going to ask you a really difficult question and asking you to kind of speculate a bit about the future political developments. So how do you see the impact of political developments in the US and also in China for common European security policy? And here I would maybe ask this Andrew first, and then Lena and Tanja, you can comment if you wish. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Well, I think I can see from the monitor that the time is getting a bit short, so I'll just focus on China.
Yeah.
The way I think about China is that it's become more authoritarian domestically, more assertive internationally, and the EU is struggling to work out how to deal with this. On the one hand, the EU is pursuing some tougher policies towards China, and on the other hand, the EU sometimes focuses on the economic and trade benefits of China. And if anyone's familiar with the German debate on China policy, you can really see this kind of schizophrenia on how to approach China in Germany. That being said, I think the long-term direction is towards a tougher European policy or set of policies towards China. And that will be, I think, increasingly probably in coordination with the United States.
Thanks. With China, probably a reactionary role continues. I don't see in the foreseeable future Europe taking active leadership with China policies. But if we think of China as a global actor, very close ties to Russia, which has a real economic impact also to Europe, many countries, including Finland, trade is not going well with Russia for obvious reasons. So this means that new trade deals, new trade routes are probably being sought as we speak. If I then comment very quickly on US elections, they are highly important, of course. Nobody knows what will happen if Trump will be elected. At the same time, however, we might see less changes than many would hope for if Harris gets elected. Harris has announced, for instance, that she will continue Biden's policy towards Israel. So maybe there is not that much change after all.
And I get to comment only a little bit because I talk about the neighborhood mainly, but just a bit of a provocative thought about China is that indeed, because thinking about the European Union as a peace actor, China and many other third countries like India and so on are now taking interestingly the role of mediator and peace builder in a very different way than EU would, like not the value-based, what we were talking about, or what Lena was saying. So that's kind of something we need to keep an eye on and have a vision about, like how do we see China as a peacemaker? How do we see India as a peacemaker? Do we have an opinion as the European Union?
Okay, thank you very much. We are approaching the end of our panel, and my final question is actually coming back to Andrew's introductory note about this United Nations as a one end and the Federal Union on the other hand. A quick round, starting with Lena, then Tanya, and finally Andrew, that could a federal EU, as pointed out in different occasions, become a stronger political actor in Europe and world politics? What is your opinion?
Of course, it would be stronger, could be stronger, but I don't see such an option in the very foreseeable future.
Yeah, I don't see it either, but let's hope the utopia kind of word used here in a sense that we see it all the time in our daily work in Brussels, how difficult it is when it is unanimity decisions in the common security and defense policy, when it comes to the missions, when it comes to practical work on the ground, and there is someone, you couldn't even state anything jointly on Armenia-Azerbaijan situation on Nagorno-Karabakh because there was not unanimity. So EU is kind of kept silent sometimes. But just to say that sometimes we say that, okay, maybe in some cases there could be like alliances, like groups of people, like countries that accept something. Kosovo is a terribly good case of when it doesn't work. 5 countries don't recognize Kosovo. EU's policies on Kosovo are all the time kind of paralyzed because of this, and so it's definitely not an option in foreign policy to have a group of countries that agree something and others don't.
Thank you. I mean, just super briefly to mention qualified majority voting, I think that may be a sensible direction for the EU to go. It won't solve all of the EU's foreign policy problems, but it might be a step forward.
Thanks very much. I think
Yeah,
we'll join with Kimmo and thanking our panelists, and I'll give you the last word here.
Yeah, we would like to thank you very much for the interesting discussion. Thank you for the public to come for this last panel today and in this European Forum, and hope to see you next year in the same occasion. Thank you very much.
Meidän viimeisen tilaisuuden panelistit, oikein iso kiitos teille mahtavasta keskustelusta. Thank you so much for an excellent discussion. It is now time to say thanks. Kiittää kaikkia. Hyvät ystävät, täällä on paikan päällä 2,5 päivän ajan ollut yhteensä 42 korkealaatuista keskustelua, 170 puhujaa, yleisöä ennätysmäärä 920 ja verkon välityksellä jopa yli 4000 ihmistä katsomassa näitä lähetyksiä, jotenka monesta suunnasta on Eurooppa-tietoa käsitelty. Haluan erityisesti kiittää meidän vapaaehtoisia, jotka on täällä muun muassa sinisissä paidoissa, ja meidän lavajuontajia. Myöskin iso kiitos Rajupajan, Language Wiren ja Aboan väelle, jotka on mahdollistaneet näiden keskusteluiden järjestämisen, samoin kuin Kaupunginteatterin henkilökunta. Ohjelmajärjestäjät, Eurooppa-foorumin kumppanit ja EFTRyn jäsenet on tietysti myöskin ohjelman sisällön taustalla. Kiitos teille kaikille. Ensi vuonna foorumi järjestetään näihin suunnilleen samoihin aikoihin 27. ja 29. elokuuta täällä Turun kaupunginteatterissa, ja silloin yhtenä teemana meillä on Suomen 30-vuotinen taival Euroopan unionin jäsenenä. Mutta näillä sanoilla foorumi on päättynyt. Kiitoksia kaikille ja nähdään täällä taas ensi vuonna. Kiitos.